Yes.
Yeah, we want to know if you received it, because we received from the office.
Thank you.
We ready to go?
No, we have a slight delay, so stay tuned.
Okay. You want me to hold?
Understand you. Yeah, we need to hold for like Okay.
All right, does that make us ready, Jeffrey?
Yes.
Can somebody say
All right.
so I can check my speaker?
We will take it away. Oh, yeah, Charlotte, can you hear? Can you hear me?
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear us, Charlotte?
Rich.
Charlotte can't hear.
Charlotte, if someone can go see, Charlotte probably has the mute button on for
I was
volume.
speaking and I couldn't.
Check in.
Sean is.
Well, we're on a different computer. I can't hear anything.
You.
Too many people on the Wi-Fi in the corner.
Is that serious?
All the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I think so. Turn it all the way up.
No, I don't hear it.
Can you
Did
hear
somebody
us now,
say
Charlotte?
something so I can see if I can hear you?
Can you hear Charlotte?
Yes, now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But now we have a Sean problem.
Okay.
Now we have a Sean issue.
Yeah, you can't hear me?
You're frozen. Your face is
Jeffrey, are
frozen.
we all good on your end?
You're frozen.
hear you, Sean.
Hold on just a minute.
The internet connection. Okay. The connection here at the chambers, the city hall is a little unstable.
Yeah, your face hasn't changed for about a minute. There you go.
Yeah, I'm still hardwired in. Yeah. Your video. Is it? Can they hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I can connect by voice if need be. I'm sure no one really wants to look at me anyway, so it's okay. So if everyone can hear me, then I'll proceed, and hopefully this thing will just correct itself. Everyone can hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, now I'm getting nodding heads. Okay. By any means, if something hiccups, then by all means feel free to interrupt. So I will call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board for today, July 8th, 2020. Can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Craven,
Here.
Trustee Kildee,
Here.
Trustee Tremblay,
Here.
President Pro Tem Santangelo,
Here.
President Mulchay.
Present. And do you want to check something before we do?
So icon for the hardwire.
That's a good question. 1 second, I'm sorry, everyone. You want to do?
Yeah, it shows.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll make this easy. I'll just lead us all in the flag salute. So if everyone can please rise and place your right hand over your heart. I apologize for the delay. And please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. So I will apologize in advance to all of you and to anyone watching in internet land or on TV land that there appears to be a slight delay. It's more than a delay. All right. All right. Sorry. Yeah, that's all right. Here, let me move this for you. Disconnect Wi-Fi.
council, I just want to say that I don't think this has anything to do with being my first meeting, in all fairness. But anyway, I hope we can get this figured out.
Thank you.
So we can't blame it on you, Greg?
I hope not.
This is the first time this has happened at City Hall.
That's right. That's how I say it.
Notwithstanding that, Mr. Ramirez, welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome.
Jeffrey, he's going to grab me a spare laptop.
Oh, okay.
Switch it entirely.
Oh, okay.
It's only going to be a few minutes.
Okay. So hold on for maybe 3 minutes or so. It's interesting that Charlotte's not having the same problem. Only I can see you.
Okay. You comfy?
All right.
Oh, someone took my spot.
Ooh, I love that. I found it in my pocket.
We ready?
Let's test this. Can everyone hear me now? My face isn't frozen? All right. All right, we'll carry on. Did everyone got through the flag salute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
There are no amendments to this agenda.
And do we have any public comments, Jeffrey?
No public comments.
All right, with that, we're going to move to the consent calendar.
Move the approval. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Craven?
Yes.
Trustee Kildee?
Yes.
Trustee Tremblay?
Yes.
President Pro Tem Santangelo?
Yes.
President Molshay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
That we don't seem to have any departmental legal items. Do we have any comments from staff?
No comments from staff.
And any comments from library trustees? I just want to thank everyone. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. It should be noted that this is probably the first meeting where we've encountered any real technical difficulty. Everything's been going really smooth the last several months up to this point. But I appreciate staff fixing that. And now on with our show. I'll adjourn the Camarillo Library Board.
I'll call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board to order and ask the record reflect that all board members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
There are no amendments to this agenda.
Do we have any public comments for the sanitary district?
No public comments.
Which gets us to the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval of consent.
Second. There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Could we have the roll call vote, please?
Director Tremblay?
Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Molshay?
Yes.
Secretary Kildee?
Yes.
Chair Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Next on the agenda is a departmental item to select a voting delegate and alternates for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies virtual conference in August. Could we have a staff report, please?
Yes, as Charlotte mentioned, we received a request from CASA to designate voting members for the annual business meeting in August. We've only done this once before a few years ago, but I did touch base with Charlotte, and she indicated that going forward, this is something in CASA's bylaws, and it would be something that each member agency would be expected to do each year. So for this year, we do need to designate, I believe, a member and 2 alternates. And then going forward, my recommendation is that we add this to our annual appointment list each year in December so that we don't have to bring this item back for this specific purpose. And I would defer to the council the board to make any recommendations. I was thinking possibly we'd want to designate the CASA chair and the the CSD chair and the VRSD representative maybe on a regular basis. I don't know if that works for this year's conference.
Are there any comments or any recommendations, nominations?
That'll work for me.
Okay. That works for me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I think they both said it worked for them.
Kevin said it worked for me.
Okay, to do the CSD chair and the VRSD appointee, so that would be Charlotte and Kevin.
Yes, that would work for me.
Okay. Do we,
And I'm registered. You're planning to?
I should already be registered.
Okay.
Check that out tomorrow, though, but I should
Okay.
already be registered.
As long as the delegate's planning to attend the meeting.
That would be helpful.
Okay, so was that a nomination? We need a nomination from a board member
or a motion?
or a motion.
So moved. Craven and Kildee.
I'll second.
Okay, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Tremblay?
Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Molshay?
Yes.
Secretary Kildee? Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Comments from staff?
There are no comments from staff.
Comments from board members? Okay, with that, we will adjourn this meeting.
All right, with that, we will call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Successor Agency for July 8, 2020. Let the record reflect that all members of the agency, all directors are present. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
Jeffrey, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Let's proceed to consent calendar. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Molche.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, Jeffrey. I see there are no departmental items, no items from legal counsel. Are there any comments from staff?
No comments.
Hearing none, no comments from staff, correct, Jeffrey?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Any comments from board members? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting of the Successor Agency. Call to order the regular meeting of the Camarillo City Council for Wednesday, July 8, 2020. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
I'd like to pull something from the consent calendar.
Okay, what was that, Susan?
The minutes.
Okay, we'll pull item 3A from the consent calendar, and my suggestion would be, why don't we go to those immediately after we deal with the rest of the consent calendar items. Is that acceptable to everybody? Okay. Are there any other items that anyone wants to pull from the consent calendar? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion on the consent?
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar less item A. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar items 3B through K respectively. And clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Molche.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That's approved unanimously, B through K respectively. Let's move then to item 3A, the minutes, Ms. Santangelo.
Yeah, for number 19A, big page 5, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down, the last line. She also requested support for a resolution supporting Black Lives Matter. I actually requested support for a resolution stating Black Lives Matter.
I can make that
apparently is
correction.
very important. I'll move the approval with that change.
I'll second.
Did you have other changes? That was it. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven.
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Councilmember Molche.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. I know that we wanted to get to closed session by 5:30. I think we have time for item 4A, grand jury human trafficking report, city's response. Mr. Ramirez?
Yes, Mayor. Commander Tennyson is going to address that issue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In May of 2020, the grand jury issued a report on human trafficking in Ventura County, as they frequently do issue reports. In that report, they drew a number of conclusions and had a number of recommendations and required city response to those conclusions and recommendations. Two of the conclusions and one recommendation pertained to the city of Camarillo. And staff has drafted this response. We disagree partially with the first conclusion, conclusion 3, and that is the grand jury concluded that differences in county and city massage parlor ordinances allow illicit businesses to avoid legal consequence. We partially disagree with that conclusion because legal consequences are already in place for illicit massage parlors, both through existing city ordinances, county ordinances, and state laws. And in Camarillo, between the police department, code enforcement, our finance office here in Camarillo, we've been addressing issues of illicit massage parlors for many years and have been very successful. So we partially disagree with that conclusion. And then we agreed with conclusion 4 that the grand jury concluded that coordinating ordinances regarding massage parlors among the county and cities within the county will improve the effectiveness of enforcement operations. We definitely agree with that. And their recommendation, the grand jury recommends that the county and each of the cities within the county coordinate their respective ordinances regarding massage parlors through efforts of the task force. There is currently a county human trafficking task force that is comprised of the sheriff's office, other local law enforcement agencies, and governmental agencies. The sheriff's office is taking the lead on that task force, and they have already started and will continue to work on getting all of the ordinances on the same page so that we can coordinate our efforts to combat human trafficking in Ventura County. And so we recommend that the board approve our response to the human trafficking report by the grand jury.
Thank you, Commander Tennyson. Do any members of the council have questions?
I have one really quick one, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Mr. Cuddy.
Yeah, Eric, we had a bust at a hotel a number of months ago. Has there been any other instances as of late that you're aware of?
No, we haven't had any lately. We were planning an operation this spring before COVID hit, and COVID put all of those on hold. So we haven't had any other significant arrests of late.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of Commander Tennyson? Thank you, Commander. Do we hear a motion?
I have a quick comment.
Oh, Ms. Santangelo.
I just wanted to say thank you. I work with foster youth that are really high risk for trafficking, and so I wanted to thank Commander Tennyson and the sheriff's organization for all their work with this. Move the approval.
I'll second.
I'll withdraw.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, great. Thank you, Jeffrey, very much. I would be remiss if I didn't again welcome our new city manager, Mr. Ramirez, since this is his very first city council meeting tonight, and we can all assure him that we don't typically have these computer issues that we experienced earlier this afternoon. With that, I think it's time to go ahead and recess for closed session. Just in case anybody's watching out there, we intend to go into closed session and then reconvene the city council meeting at 6:30 p.m. For the COVID-19 update. With that, Mr. Purick, could you please announce those items on which we're going to go into closed session?
Yes, we have two closed sessions. One is a conference with labor negotiators. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are set forth in the agenda. The unrepresented employees are the city employees. And our second item is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of potential cases is 1.
All right, thank you, Mr. Purick. And with that, we'll go ahead and recess and go into closed session. Thank you. So the record will reflect that we're back from closed session. There is no reportable action. We're now moving to the 6:30 p.m. Calendar on item 14, local emergency COVID-19 response to public health emergency. I just need to quickly inquire of Mr. Ramirez or Ms. Madeline. My understanding is that we have approximately 9, I believe we have 9 folks who want to offer public comment as to this item. Would you suggest going ahead, presenting staff report, the staff report, and then going ahead with public comment?
I would. I think that is a preference of staff.
Okay, great. Mr. Ramirez, please start us off.
I'm going to go ahead and defer to Mr. Winkler on this issue. He is going to give a brief presentation on the latest and greatest.
Thank you. I will be starting off the presentation. We will be brief tonight. We will, next slide please. We will cover tonight the status on COVID-19 cases, update on guidelines and activities. Mr. Winkler will give you an economic development and business recovery update and other issues related to COVID-19. Next, please. Since our last meeting on June 24th, total tested is 76,400, so we're up by 25,600 tests, again from the June 24th meeting. Total cases are 3,858, and the city of Camarillo and unincorporated areas in Camarillo include, the number is 157, and that's about 53 cases more. This information and the screen that you see here is from Ventura County. It's the www.vcemergency.com website, the county's website on COVID-19. There are about 6 slides that give you a variety of information. You see that on the left side there, the different available resources. I would urge everyone to tune into that site as often as you like to get information. It's updated daily. Sometimes it's updated twice a day, so it's interesting because when I started off the report in the morning. By the afternoon, the numbers had changed. So this is a constant, ongoing update the county does provide us. With the person-to-person spread and community-acquired as leading causes for the transmission, the county health officer as well as state officials continue to encourage residents to stay safe at home. As much as possible. You are required to comply with state guidelines and wear a mask when out in public and when you're meeting your essential needs. You are also asked to follow safety practices by continuously washing your hands and avoiding touching your face, your eyes, your mouth, your nose. This is really important for us to try to stabilize the increase of COVID-19 and the spread. Next slide, please. According to the CEO's report this morning at the elected officials update, he stated that hospitalization numbers are jumping, and so this is a view from the healthcare page, the health information. County still has hospital capacity, but it's, as he reported, it's not a gradual increase, but the jumping of the numbers is what's concerning our county officials. Also, during the county's verbal report today, Deputy Director of Public Health, he wanted to clarify some misinformation regarding hospital beds not being available for COVID patients. Apparently, this is information that's going out on social media, but it's incorrect. He mentioned that there are 1,265 total licensed beds throughout our county, and 128 beds are licensed ICU beds for available for hospitalization throughout Ventura County for COVID patients. 95 of those 128 are currently staffed and filled. He stressed that this number fluctuates, but the hospitals are constantly monitoring for surge. And he did want to mention that we are not in a place where hospitals cannot handle the activity, and that we are not, that these numbers are without touching surge. These metrics are important for the county and for us, for cities within the county, as they are reported to the state. The state uses this information to then order further restrictions, provide additional guidelines, delay in openings, and even closures beyond, based on the county's progress. Next slide, please. So where do we stand now as a county? The County of Ventura is currently on the state's county monitoring list. And basically that means that there's areas that we're not performing as the state would like us to adhere to. The areas that are monitored are the area of elevated disease transmission. And this is a 14-day case rate and 7-day positivity rates are used to assess the level of COVID-19 burden on the county. A county is flagged for elevated disease transmission if the criteria is where the case rate per 100,000 is greater than 100. And I'll have some additional data on the next slide for you. Or if the case rate per 100,000 is greater than 25 and testing positivity at greater than 8%. Another area that the state and county are monitoring is increasing in hospitalization. And so the 10% percentage increase is one that we're keeping an eye on. Currently, we're reporting to be at 8% increase in the average of number of confirmed COVID-19 patients hospitalized, and we'll also go through that in a second. Another area that we looked at is the limited hospital capacity. So we're looking to see that there is available ICU beds and ventilators. So these are important indicators that the state is also monitoring. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that's from the state's website, this table here. What you see, the line in red, is what the county's reported that I was able to get off the county's website. So basically what this shows is the results. Ventura, according to the state currently, Ventura is reporting at a average test rate of 202 tests per day per 100,000 population. It's also reporting 183.9 positive cases reporting. If we move down to, and so again, the area where it says Ventura, that line item there, that's what's provided on the state's website as far as the monitoring and the progress that we're making. Per the county, our case rate is 147.09 positive cases per the 100,000. So that's above so the case rate is greater than 100 case rate, and our positivity rate is at 5.3%. So while the positivity rate is okay, it continues to increase, and our case rate is higher than the 100 case rate. Moving over to the increasing hospitalization, we're at 8% hospitalization. We want to, the 10% is a threshold that we do not want to go over. But again, that number is increasing, and why the health director is requiring, and the state is requiring, that we continue to adhere to our facial coverings and our safe practices. Limited hospital capacity. I mentioned that 95 of the 128 ICU beds are filled, so that makes us at 26% available. So we're inching our way up. Again, we want to keep that number below the 20%. And then ventilators available. The county's website currently says that there are 181 ventilators currently available throughout the county. I'm not sure of how many, so I wasn't able to give you a percentage of ventilators. But those are the metrics so far. Next, please. So as far as update on guidelines and activities, the county health order on July 3rd, and this is coming from the state guidelines. Also, beaches were closed through July 6th. So all county beaches, city beaches were closed. Bars are closed currently, so they are not able to serve. Restaurants may not allow indoor dining, but they can provide outdoor dining with some restrictions, and also restaurants must be closed by 10 p.m. George will be giving some examples of businesses that are doing the outdoor dining successfully. He'll have that in his update in a couple of minutes. Movie theaters, family entertainment centers, zoos, museums, and card rooms are not allowed to operate indoors. If you recall, the guidelines had recently allowed for the reopening, and as we stand today, these are not able to operate indoors. The state put together a multi-agency strike team. It's composed of various state agencies that will be working throughout our county and the state, for that matter, on enforcement. The goal is to enforce business compliance and to assist businesses that are having challenges with compliance. We have been asked by the county to assist, and we continue to assist. County compliance, which rely on cities, is a condition of funding for the state. It's a condition of funding that can be provided to the county and local government. So compliance is really important, and working with the state is required in order for us to receive future funding. So we are working with the county on identifying businesses that refuse to cooperate with state guidelines, and we continue to educate all businesses and provide them assistance to achieve conformance. Next slide, please. We also continue to provide messaging throughout the city, and we will continue to explore methods to help our community understand and comply with the state and county health orders and guidelines. City of Camarillo is coordinating with the county and all other cities for a unified message and approach to the messaging about the importance of wearing masks. We're using state social media graphics in both English and Spanish. Here's an example of them with the hashtag of Mask Up. So it's hashtag Mask Up. We're also providing these signs on our business assistance webpage so that we make it easier for businesses to find these flyers that they can download and print. And our city code compliance team is printing the signage and handing it out during the Shop Safe Business compliance visits that they provide. So we also make those available for our businesses. So we are also providing our community with Ventura County Health public health information on testing and related matters. So we continue to use social media and other available resources to communicate those messages. And we will continue to assist businesses by education and information. So Mr. Winkler will give you an update on that, but we continue to visit our businesses and try to find resources for them, or try to help them with compliance. So that concludes the update. Business as usual. The business as usual has been up and down every day. We will continue to work with our businesses and with the county to make forward progress. The next slide is going to be Mr. Winkler coming up. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question, if I may. Mr. Kildee. Yes. Carmen, so the county health order went in on July 3rd about the bars closures and the restaurants may not allow any indoor dining and other things. Is there a date where they want, perhaps they could ease some of those restrictions, or is it all on data-driven with the governor and invariably with the county health officer?
Thank you. Councilmember Kildee, great question. So these orders are in effect for at least 3 weeks. So we're looking at, from that July date, we're looking at 3 weeks of an impact. But we've not been told whether or not it will be extended. So while our businesses and restaurants are doing the best that they can for these next 3 weeks, it has been an impact because they've been allowed to open and then quickly have to close. And so in 3 weeks, we're hoping that we can return back to opening or restricted opening, but we won't know that. And I think that the state will be looking at whether they would continue that to further mitigate the spread of the virus. So that's why it is very important that we follow the state guidelines and in our safety and facial masks. We stay at home orders. Let's slow down that the spread of virus in hopes that our businesses can reopen again.
I have a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Kildee.
Yeah, Carmen, what's the protocol, heaven forbid, if a resident of Camarillo tests positive for COVID, are they to go home and self-quarantine them for 14 days, or are they to go seek emergency medical help and or go call their providing physician? Do you have some updates and some protocols on that, if you would?
Right. So the protocols haven't changed from when we started. And if someone is to test or feel ill or have symptoms of COVID, then they are to call their healthcare provider. Their healthcare provider then will assess them, and some of the healthcare providers are only doing it through remotely. And then that individual will be sent to testing. There are also tests throughout the county. The county is providing free testing, and so an individual can go there. It's being done through a vehicle type of testing process. What happens next is going to depend on the results of the test. But if someone is experiencing symptoms, then they should then stay at home and do self-isolation until they find out the results of the testing.
Thank you.
Moshe?
Carmen, what is the city recommending residents do when caught in a situation where, as you enter a business, most businesses right now are abiding by the mandatory masks. They have signs up. And obviously, I've heard of secondhand several situations or encounters amongst people, someone with a mask, someone without a mask. In those cases, what are we recommending for those either residents or businesses that are calling and having issues with either fellow residents not wearing masks, or this is a business where they're having issues properly enforcing mask requirements?
Well, we would say call us. If there's a business that is not enforcing mask requirements, either for staff or for a customer, then they can call us, and then we can come out and talk to the business. So we would say, give us a call, and then we can determine whether this is just an egregious case of a business just refusing to comply with the state guidelines, or if they're having trouble getting customers to comply with them. So we do not have any enforcement authorization to cite, for example, customers that are coming in or trying to enter a business without the mask. We are asking businesses to require their customers to have facial coverings and to not allow them to enter. I know that that's very difficult for businesses because of, again, enforcement or, having any type of altercation with a customer. And if in that case there is altercation, they can always call the sheriff's office, who will respond. So while the sheriff's office is not enforcing the public, the facial coverings by the public, they will respond to any business that's having any issues or altercations with customers that are required to wear a mask but refuse to and are trying to enter a business. So a couple of things that then residents and our business members can do. One is call the city, and we will investigate a business that is refusing to comply with state guidelines, or depending on the situation, it may be escalated to a police matter, and we would suggest that they call the sheriff's department on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right. Keep going, Ms. Nichols. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm completed, so I'm going to turn it.
Hang on a second. I'm sorry, Carmen. Susan, did you have a question? I apologize.
I did, yeah. Sorry. It's sort of related to what Sean asked, but what about, is there any enforcement for people that are having parties? And I'm hoping that it was just a 4th of July thing, but I got a lot of people contacted me about large gatherings and concerned about the large gatherings, but then what to do about those.
Right. So hopefully the 4th of July was an anomaly, but we do hear about gatherings happening. In fact, the county had reported not so long ago, maybe a week or two ago, about several people being infected at a barbecue. I think there was 19 individuals that tested positive, and they traced it back to a barbecue. So first of all, the public needs to be aware that gatherings are still are prohibited, and unless it's from the same household. So if you're living under one roof, you can have that barbecue in your backyard or your front yard. Unfortunately, the Sheriff's Department is not necessarily enforcing events, or, personal barbecues or parties like that. However, if it's an egregious problem, or if it's something that's happening frequently, or just someone, if it's loud music, if anything like that, we would suggest that that they call the Sheriff's Department. But they can also report that to the city. If it's an ongoing issue, we request that our residents, our community members, call us. But currently, we do not have any enforcement for backyard. There's just too much of that going on, or could be going on, and to determine whether this is a family event or is this a party from different households. To keep up with that would take a lot of resources which we don't currently have. But anything that's egregious, anything that's large, anything that's determined to be that's a major issue. That's hard to qualify. What could be major to someone may not to someone else. But we say call the city if it's an ongoing issue. Call the police department if it's a major issue. So, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Santangelo, that's a hard one to quantify, or qualify, but I would suggest that keep us informed of what's going on so that we can help keep an eye on that through our code enforcement.
And just to clarify, if somebody calls, there's the county hotline number. If they call that, does that get routed back to city staff if it's city?
Yes.
Code. Okay.
That's right. And then we're working very closely with the county. And now with their state, the multi-agency strike team, that's another resource that we can utilize. So, again, this has been, the state multi-agency strike team is very new to us. So I know that it's on the business compliance right now. That's where the effort is. But that's a good question, and one that we can talk to our county code enforcement and find out how we can deal with those. What we've heard so far is that they're very difficult to keep up with because they could be out throughout Ventura County, and we just don't have the resources to keep up with that. So residents and community members, we're asking them to be just be vigilant, just to take self-responsibility and to avoid these type of events.
Okay, Ms. Nichols, please proceed.
Okay, so we'll send it over to Mr. Winkler, who'll give you the economic development and business recovery update.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Tonight I'll give you an update on the recovery efforts of Camarillo for economic recovery. So first and foremost, safely reopening our business is still of utmost importance to us. And, keeping that number of COVID cases low is going to critically help our economy. So we want to keep that low, so we're making sure that all the businesses are reopening safely. So as you can see here, we have about, on the chart, you'll see 1,268 attested. As of today, we actually have 1,331 attested and 692 businesses inspected in Camarillo. And you can see as of the 24th, which was our last meeting date, the numbers went up of self-attestations, and you may ask, why is that? That's because of the grant program. One of the requirements of the grant program is to register on VC Reopen. So those businesses that weren't aware of the process became aware of the process when they were trying to apply for the $5,000 grant. You may think there's a big gap there between the self-attested and the inspected. We're still doing really well as far as other cities in the county goes. And we're also training staff from other departments to now help with this process. So we're moving forward with that well. As far as our website goes, these are the top websites or web pages for business recovery. As you can see, the first one is the most popular. Going down the list is going down to least popular. But our most popular page is the one on the grant and the loan program. And we released that article the morning after our last council session. And we've had about 800 views on that one. And definitely one of the most popular ones. Businesses are still interested, or residents are still interested in our open for business list. That's the web page where people are checking out what is open for dining, for shopping, and so on. It's very popular. Reopening Camarillo, once again, that's our page on resources for businesses who are reopening. And I'll just scroll to the last one really quick. Camarillo is hiring. And the only reason I want to jump to that one is because we've heard from a business that they've hired an employee from that website. So that's really excellent news for us. You know, it's really great to help our businesses. So just moving forward, we've got our Camarillo grant applications. This is through the Rapid Response VC website where businesses can register for the county and the city grant. So as of Monday, we had 411 applications for Camarillo. We've had 4,400 from the county. And interestingly enough, about 40% of the applications are incomplete. They're having issues with the W-9 or, just some really basic issues that they could, if they had read the form a little better, they would have, finished the application. So unfortunately, we have to go back and call upon those businesses and clarify some information. So that's the EDC and Women's Economic Ventures are helping with that process, and including our business tax team. They've been doing an excellent job helping business owners through this process. So props to them. They've been on the phone nonstop, and I know they're working late today to help business owners with this application process. And then just wanted to talk about the PPP. We got some data today from the Freedom of Information Act. We found out that about 1,500 businesses in Camarillo applied for PPP. In the county, there were about 11,000. So about 14% of the county's applications were from Camarillo. So another great thing that we've been working on is helping our businesses expand their outdoor dining. And this is definitely something that community development has exceeded on. They've been processing applications the same day or the next day usually. But this is a picture of Lure. They have an excellent outdoor dining setup with about 25, 30 tables, all socially distanced. We have some other restaurants that I'll show you, but we've had about 20 restaurants approved as of yesterday throughout Camarillo, so that's excellent news. And we've been driving the applications personally to businesses, so I've been doing that, driving it to the restaurant owner and letting them know about the opportunity. So they've definitely taken advantage of that, and that's excellent. So here's Applebee's. You can see it's a little bit different flair. Everybody's got their own style. This is a little more family picnic style. And then we have 2088, which is on Ventura Boulevard, and they have a really nice setup. They have some grass and some really nice furniture and a tent. So it's really exciting to see our businesses expand outdoors, and frankly, they have to right now because the health order on Thursday really put a halt to our recovery process, and a lot of people were a little discouraged, and it was great that we had this set up and ready to go and that we can get these businesses operating again. So unless there's any questions, I'll turn it back over to City Manager Gregory Ramirez.
Any questions for Mr. Winkler? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Winkler. Mr. Ramirez?
Mayor, that's it from staff. I'll turn it over to you for any public comments you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. My understanding, Jeffrey, is that we have approximately 9 public speakers on this COVID-19 item. Just let me very quickly say, for those folks who are going to be providing public comment, under our council rules, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and time is kept on the clock, and we adhere to the limits. When the time is up, the city clerk will thank you for your comments and then move on to the next speaker, and we, of course, will listen carefully to everybody's comments. So with that, Jeffrey, could you bring in our first person who wishes to offer public comment?
Mayor Tremblay, I think John Thomas had an update to provide. still. Did they hear that?
I'm sorry. If Mr. Thomas has an update, we'll do that before we go to public comment.
Thank you. Good evening. I just wanted to give a quick update as far as the City Hall's reopening. A week ago from Monday, we did reopen City Hall to the public, open 8 to 5, our normal operating hours. We opened up on June 29th. And this opening took quite a bit of preparation and just getting things ready to accommodate social distancing and additional cleaning. We also held training for staff. We held 5 sessions, and all staff it was a mandatory training for all staff to attend. We covered all sorts of aspects as far as engagement with the public and also what protective equipment is available, also just how to engage with the public and doing so safely. That was also right after the face covering mandate went out, and so we were able to include that within the staff training. We also updated our signs so that incoming public would be aware of that mandate. And I am happy to say that as far as compliance, things have been going very well. The public, as they come in, they are entering in the right way. They are wearing face masks. They're being very courteous. Of course, there's been a few individuals who did not want to wear masks, but we're able to handle that in a way where things don't escalate. We're able to deal with them either separately or on the side. We do have face masks available too, so if they don't have one, we're able to provide one. But things overall have been well. The lobby is not being overrun. We weren't sure if there would be a mad rush, but mostly throughout the day, there's not an overcrowding. There's not a sense that there's too many people in the lobby and that people aren't able to properly distance themselves. So I just want to report out that's going very well. The next item that I wanted to bring up was a review of upcoming events. In the May 2020 meeting, there was a listing of events that we budget throughout the year, and there was a consideration whether or not these events should either be canceled or at least in some way be kept. And so as we are looking at lead times to the events that we are keeping, we wanted to just kind of give you an update and a briefing on that. We do have a crossing guard orientation, which is scheduled for August 19th. And typically this is a kind of a combination of an orientation training, but also as a breakfast. But just given the current status of the inability to gather and the social distancing requirements, we won't be able to accommodate the breakfast, but we are planning on holding the orientation and training. We'll be able to accommodate that in a way that's properly socially distanced. Then moving on to the volunteer recognition dinner. That's scheduled for September 16th, and we're entering into the time where we would normally be scheduling for that event. We would be booking the location and confirming, the setup with the caterer, and it's typically held at the Camarillo Ranch. But again, given the condition of the current status of being able to have gatherings, this is an event that typically could have 400 people. And so we're looking at the likelihood that this will have to just be moved to another time when we have the opportunity to have these kinds of gatherings. Finally, the Law Day dinner, that's one that we know that the council is interested in maintaining, and it would follow suit with the same as a volunteer recognition dinner, that we're just looking at a time when we can hold it in the future. So if it's something that winds up happening late winter or in the spring, then we'll have to plan those two events at that time. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address any questions you may have.
Any questions from council members? Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Sorry
I'm sorry, I had a hard time getting my mute to unmute.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes, I had a question regarding the presentation on with face masks. I had a person call me because she depends on reading lips. And when I went through the governor's order and Dr. Levin's order, it makes an exception for people who need to read lips, saying that the person who is speaking or explaining things to the hard of hearing person can certainly remove the face mask to accommodate that. And I was wondering if we do that here at City Hall, if somebody is bringing in a utility bill with a problem or something.
Yes, part of the staff training was handling instances where an individual who isn't wearing a mask, if we ask about the mask or not wearing one, and there is a medical condition or any reason like that, or any audiovisual impairment that would prevent somebody from wearing a mask, then we understand that, and the employee understands just to go ahead and engage with that individual. And we understand that we can't get too we can't pry into what medical condition they may have, so we just assist the individual.
Well, this would be the opposite. If the person needs the employee to remove the mask so they can understand what's being explained to them.
Okay. Yes. I mean, in that case, we would accommodate that. I don't believe we've had that issue come up yet, but we would work with the patron to help them and assist them. And if that meant removing our masks, that's one of the reasons why we have the face shields that are at each of the locations where staff does engage with the public. That alone really is a good barrier that would prevent droplets from passing from one person to another. And so that kind of in and of itself is a good prevention method. And so the staff has been trained to understand that. And so if they needed to remove their mask in order to accommodate that individual, there would still be that sense of safety for the employee.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Thomas? All right, now we'll go ahead and proceed to public comments. On this item, I know that we have a 7:30 calendar, and we may be exceeding, given the number of speakers on this item, we may not be able to finish it up by 7:30. But what we'll do is any speakers who want to speak on this item on COVID-19, we will add to the list of general public. We have also several folks who want to offer general public comments on non-agenda items. We'll add that to that particular item. Any question from members on that? Okay. Jeffrey, could we have the first speaker, please?
Hi, is Judy Bruce there?
Who's calling?
This is Jeffrey. I'm calling from the Camarillo City Council chambers.
Okay, let me see if I can find her.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Judy. This is Jeffrey. I'm calling from the chambers. This is the opportunity for you to speak on the COVID item.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes. Please
Ready
start.
for me now?
Yes.
Okay. We're hearing that the numbers are the highest we've ever seen. We're going backwards. We need to close up again. So why? Why have the deaths dropped? You know, these case numbers do not mean they're sick or have infections. Hospitalization numbers are also inflated because we're taking in patients from south of the border. Some are tested more than once and counted again. Even people who are not tested are counted as tested. I mean, how does that happen? And why did Rigo Vargas ignore my request to provide context to his meaningless data comparison chart? I mean, how telling. Because it is an epidemic of false testing. It is all theater. It is not science. Local officials talk about, we got to control the spread. The virus has mutated and even more contagious. We need face coverings. What if contagion is a myth? And if it was, why would it be necessary to trace anyone's contacts?
You ever wonder why they have to, stick these Q-tips up our nose, and then they got to rub behind the throat, and then, but wait, isn't this stuff flying around all over the place? And if you ever wonder, in 1918, the millions died from the so-called Spanish flu, but there was never any evidence it was caused by contagion. And, even though there was flu-like symptoms. So what was making the positive people sick? Well, actually the war was starting, and there was a spread of the radio communications throughout the world, creating a neurological disease caused by electricity, not a virus. So the public health officials made a huge effort to prove that the Spanish flu was contagious. They tried to infect 100 healthy volunteers by collecting secretions from their nose, throats, upper respiratory tracts of those who were sick, and then they transferred them into the noses, mouths, and lungs of the volunteers, but not one of them got sick. They even injected blood from the sick into the blood of the healthy, and they did not get sick. Finally, they asked the sick to breathe and cough over the volunteers, but none of them got sick. The Spanish flu was not contagious. To this day, there has not been any studies proving that a virus is ever transmitted from person to person through normal contact. All attempts to make it contagious have failed. So why the social distancing and the wearing the mask and the quarantining and the closing of the businesses when the flu isn't even contagious? And most of all, stop saying that you want to keep us safe, because there is nothing safe about destroying our immune system with these scientifically unproven as safe draconian.
Thank you very much. We reached our 3-minute limit. Jeffrey, may we hear from the next speaker, please?
Hello,
Hi, is this Kevin Bailey?
this is him speaking, yes.
Hi, I'm calling from the council chambers. This is the opportunity for your comments.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I am completely against this COVID narrative. Most of the hospitals are without any patients that have COVID in them. The numbers are very low. Many hospitals have closed down entire floors because of the COVID virus. People are being listed as dying of COVID even though they did not die of COVID. They had cancer, heart disease, and other pre-existing conditions that were the true cause of the deaths. For that reason, I believe that the numbers of people that have died from COVID are extremely inflated and have been manipulated. We do not know what the real true numbers are. According to my calculations, 0.043% of all people that come down with COVID actually die from COVID. I'm not saying that COVID does not exist, but I am saying that it's not as bad as the media would portray it to be. I think that COVID is really destroying businesses in the community. If you look at the number of lives that have been ruined through suicide and depression and people that have been economically affected by the shutdown of business and the effect that it's had on people's families, that is even worse than the actual COVID itself and the damage that it's done. I ask you to reconsider policies that include affecting the opening of businesses, and I would ask you guys to seriously consider opening businesses and not having so many restrictions on businesses based on COVID. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Jeffrey. May we hear from the next speaker, please?
Hi, Gia, this is Jeffrey. I'm calling from the council chambers. This is the opportunity for your comments.
Okay, yes, I would like to speak on the contact tracing.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say that the county of Ventura trying to hire people to contact trace is based on the following premise that you have, that you want to, quarantine people who have either been exposed to a virus, and it is not enough for us to quarantine in our own homes. And I say, first of all, you are coming into our homes uninvited to remove people based on, not enough bathrooms. Okay, so, I'm sorry, I need a little bit more light here, sorry. And you're taking away our rights in the privacy of our homes coming into our homes. Okay, so that's just based on faulty reasons. Number one, the faulty reason is, currently we're under a false state of emergency since the status is now illegal and invalid. It does not meet the requirements of the California State Emergency Services Act under Code 8558. Number two, the test kits are clearly marked not for diagnostic testing and have clearly shown to be at least 50% unreliable. And three, the medical field is reporting unrelated COVID deaths as COVID cause, yet people are dying of other things, and some people are testing positive without even being tested. I mean, so, we just feel like this is a whole big scam. And number four, viruses have never been proven to cause a disease outside the body, disproving the airborne theory, and viruses have no genetic material to replicate outside the body. So that doesn't make sense. Number five, the latest on the CDC and the WHO reported that carriers who are non-symptomatic are not even contagious. And then six, we have hydrochloroquine, which has proven itself to be 98% of a cure. And so based on all of the above, we cannot tolerate, especially when it is completely flawed and completely ineffective, and crossing the most egregious boundaries of our personal rights in our own homes. And, we the people demand to end the charade and end the unlawful in an invalid state of emergency. And currently, we just want you to know that we have filed a lawsuit against Newsom for his violation of his oath of office, where he will have no immunity against personal liability. And you are being warned that unless you take the ethical and moral action of ending this charade, you'll be next on our list because we feel desperate. And that is the end of what I have to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Jeffrey. May we hear from the next speaker, please?
Hi, is this Jeffrey?
Yes, it is. Is this Shirley?
Yes.
Can you turn off the volume in the background, please?
Yeah, I just did.
There you go. It's time for your comments. Please start.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and start?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hello, this is Shirley Lang. I'm a Ventura County resident for almost 40 years. I am got all kinds of different things to say, but after being at several of these meetings and hearing people give statistics and seeing all you guys' eyes roll, not just you guys, but all of them, I mean, I know that we seem like a real pain in the butt. But before I said anything, I just wanted to remind the mayor and the council that you are elected by us, and what each of these single individuals that you hear, the 9 or so that are here, they're representing thousands of other people that feel the same way. We just happen to be the ones to stand up. And I think it's really, really important to keep that, or take that into consideration. So tonight, I just wanted to remind you of that, because that's really important. You know, we're your taxpayers. We elect you. We pay your salary. Now, it looks like from tonight's thing, too, and I've sort of suspected this, it looks like you're getting payment to make sure you comply. Well, let me just say that, we were supposed to flatten the curve for a couple of weeks, which we did. We've done everything we've asked to do, and things were just starting to open up. And then now we're back to masks, and we're back to closing businesses. These poor businesses that have been shut down, some of them closed for good. Employees missing out on their salaries. I had a mom in tears behind the desk at Bed Bath & Beyond, afraid they're going to shut down again. She's a single mom trying to support herself. I mean, these are just, incidental things, but as our local representatives, I think it's your duty to go beyond whatever it is this mandate is coming down from, for instance, Newsom. We need to do some investigating. There has been so much mixed information from the CDC. Even the WHO just tonight came out and said, after all this time of saying people that are asymptomatic can pass it on, now they're saying they're not. I mean, there's just so much information. I think we need to be less concerned about all this contagion that they say we have. If you look overall, we're less than a normal flu season, and this is the flu. It's the flu. Most people don't realize that people die from the flu. I've had a couple of friends that have died from the flu over the last couple of years, so I know that it happens. But I think that our local officials need to take us into consideration, take your businesses, and hopefully the money you get from your business is more than these people are giving you to fund whatever it is they're funding. I don't really know the specifics on that, but I think it's important that you hear us out, that you do some investigation of your own and not just swallow whatever it is you've been given from Newsom or Mark Levin or whatever his name is, Robert Levin, and all these folks. I think it's really important that you care for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Enough is enough. We need to really open up fully.
Sure.
Jeffrey,
Thank you very much.
may we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, is this Lorena?
Yeah, this is she.
Hi, it's Jeffrey from the council chambers. It's time for your 3-minute comments. Please start.
Well, thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lorena Cerubotari. I'm a resident of Camarillo, and I'm here to speak about COVID, behind the global nursing home disaster and the case number scam. Scandal, tragedy, ongoing crime. In nursing homes, elderly people are suffering from long-term illnesses and years of toxic medical treatment. But now you're terrifying them with COVID propaganda, then you're actually labeling them COVID without no justification. Then you isolate them completely. They're all alone. No contact with family and friends. What do you expect will happen to these fragile, heavily drugged people? My findings on the pandemic, an unproven claim of having discovered a new virus, diagnostic tests which are worthless, but open the door for the phony escalation of case numbers, the gathering and corralling of people who have different traditional diseases, and perhaps a new non-viral conditions under the meaningless umbrella term COVID-19. The plan to introduce a toxic vaccine as the solution. There are two con jobs going on here. A huge number of these elderly patients have died and are dying. The first is the COVID-19 diagnosis, which is either made on the absurd basis of simply eyeballing the patient and seeing general signs of illness, such as shortness of breath and flu-like symptoms, or by tests which I have explained is completely unreliable because it registers positive on all sorts of germs in the body that are irrelevant. But once a COVID diagnosis is made, the medical authorities claim the deaths of so many patients in nursing homes are occurring because of the COVID virus. Naturally, has more impact on the elderly and infirm. Nonsense. There is no need to invoke the coronavirus to explain why these people in nursing homes are dying. Plus, filthy conditions in some facilities, plus inattention and unreliability on the part of nursing home staff, plus breathing ventilators and sedation in some cases. Not a virus. No need to invoke a virus as an explanation. No need at all. Obviously, if you subtract all this death from the official COVID statistics, you will have a completely different picture of these so-called pandemics.
you will have a worldwide nursing home disaster. But because the fake COVID diagnosis immediately leads to locking down the facilities, friends and families can come in, they are shut out. For the planners of this fall pandemic, it all works out. COVID deaths numbers rise, case numbers rise, 40 numbers to the core. But real and tragic deaths, people pushed into deaths by the concomitant idea of virus by a story about a virus. So please, no more.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes are at an end. Jeffrey, may we hear from the next speaker, please?
Hello, Dr. Whitten.
Hi, is this Hisu?
Yes.
Hi, I'm calling you for your 3-minute comments. You can go ahead and begin.
Okay, if you could tell me when I have 30 seconds left, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay. I've been following the tricks of pharma for a long time. I'm a doctor in Ventura. They control the media. They have billion-dollar budgets for advertising in the media. They have 2 lobbyists for every congressperson in Washington. Dr. Marcia Engel, who is the editor-in-chief of New England Journal of Medicine for 21 years, said it's no longer possible to believe much of the published science because the conflicts of interest are so thick and the financial motives are so great. What that has to do with now is that, you know, we're all seeing the COVID crisis through the same lens. There's a deadly virus, protect the elderly, cover everyone's face, social distance, close everything down. You know, there's a second wave coming. It's all about, this virus has a 0.26% mortality rate. We hear about the case numbers going up. It's because we're testing 500,000 people a day. For 10 straight weeks, the death rate's been going down. This crisis peaked 2 months ago. The only reason it's still being talked about is because of media hype, which is being driven by pharma. Never before in the history, since I've been alive at least, have we asked healthy people to cover their faces and distance, from each other, like this is some great super virus. You know, last year was all about measles. Why was it about measles? Everyone was talking about measles last year? It's because they were trying to pass laws to take away medical exemptions. And so they created a measles scare. It's been 5 years since anybody's died from measles in this country. It's all just media games. Guys, if you don't learn the playbook of pharma, you'll fall for it every single time. CBS got caught staging fake patients that they were rolling into the hospital, is even admitted. Okay? It's happening again. Thailand, a country of 24 million people, has had 58 COVID deaths. Japan, which has about half the population of the U.S., has 980 COVID deaths. Guys, this is just normal mortality we're seeing.
30 seconds.
92% of the people dying from this are 65 years or older. 96% of the people have comorbidities. You have the opportunity to be national heroes and see this through a different lens, to evaluate the information differently, to speak with Judy Mikovits and some renowned virologists that have no ties to the industry. And I'd love to set up that meeting for you.
Very much. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. We still have 3 speakers on COVID-19. What we're going to do now, I just wanted to officially reference that we're going to move to our 7:30 p.m. calendar. We have those 3 speakers remaining on COVID-19 we're going to call first for public comment on non-agenda items, but we know they want to speak to COVID-19. So we're going to open up the 7:30 p.m. calendar for the record and move to item 17 under public comments. And Jeffrey, the the first thing we will, there are no presentation items, no public safety information items. So my intention would be to go ahead and have the next three speakers on COVID-19 now speak. Is there any objection from the council? Any other suggestions, Mr. Ramirez? Are we good?
No, that sounds good.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Flag salute?
We had done that already. Mrs. Craven?
Well, we usually do it at 7:30 as well as in the early meeting.
Well, you're right. It's not listed, but why don't we go ahead and do it? Why don't you go ahead, Mrs. Craven, and lead us in the salute to the flag?
Please rise. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. I would just reflect that this is what COVID-19 and all these changed agendas on Zoom has done for us. So, but you're quite right. Typically, when we're in chambers, we do a flag salute. All right. Let's move to the final three speakers on COVID-19, and then we will go to the speakers who want to speak to non-agenda items under 17. So, Jeffrey, would you please bring in the next speaker?
Good afternoon, government officials.
Hi, is this Lisa?
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Is this Lisa?
Oh, yes.
Hi, Lisa. You have 3 minutes. Please begin your comments now.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, people of Camarillo. Not such a good day for the government officials. You're not doing such a good job handling COVID-19. And I would like to give you a reminder. Deprivation of rights under the color of law, Section 242 of Title 18, makes it a crime for a person acting under the color of any law to willfully deprive a person deprive a person of a right or privilege protected by the Constitution or the laws of the United States. Persons acting under the color of law, within the meaning of this statute, include police officers, prison guards, and other law enforcement officials, as well as judges, care providers in public health facilities, and others who are acting as public officials. The offense is punishable by a range of imprisonment of up to life term or the death penalty. And notice to all government officials regarding business owners and everyone's business in town. You are in violation of your oath of office by trespassing unlawfully on the property of the business establishment, of all the business establishments, and you are committing an act of domestic terrorism under Section 802 of the Patriot Act. When you knowingly and willfully violate the rights of business owners, you are no longer protected. You are no longer protected by your judicial immunity is null and void, and now you are subject to being arrested and also sued in your private capacity. We will take everything you own and worked for, including your freedom. Translation. Population of Camarillo, 65,000. That means you have 65,000 bosses. You are civil servants, a reminder, employees to the population of Camarillo. You will be sued. We will take your houses, your cars, your cash, your jewelry, and anything of value. My employees and subcontractors, you have had 3 months to correct your mistakes of your unlawful mandates, policies, suggestions, whatever you want to call it. I highly consider you to do the right thing from today forward, as it is your responsibility
and a reminder of our responsibility as model citizens. It is our responsibility to report crime and to punish to the full extent of the law. We have documented all your names along with the governor and...
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
3 minutes are up.
Jeffrey, may we hear from the next speaker, please?
Thank you.
This is Margaret.
Hi, Margaret. I'm calling from the council chambers for your comments. You have 3 minutes. Please start.
Hello, council members. Thank you for your time and your service. This is not an easy time to be a public official, so I do want to thank you for that. I also emailed the council members. I actually have a very practical, quick question. We do have senior citizens, many of whom are your constituents living in Leisure Village. We just mentioned if we could have your assistance helping us coordinate, reach out to the DMV on their requirement, extending the requirement that senior citizens who are over 70 do not have to renew their driver's licenses, continue that extension of 120 days to include August and September. I think this will help keep your senior citizens healthy so they don't have to hang out with the people who are trying to get the real IDs. There's long waiting lines outside the DMV right now, and we want to help everyone stay safe and in compliance. That is it. I will hang up and just ask for any follow-up that you can give me either via the email or directly in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Lee. I'm calling from the council chambers for your 3 minutes comments. You can go ahead and begin.
Which topic are you on?
This one is on the COVID item.
Yeah. And what are we deciding on? Because I didn't get a chance to actually. I apologize. So what is your vote? What do you?
This was this was an update on the local emergency.
Okay. Yeah, there's enough conflicting evidence that I hope that other people are listening in, and I hope that more people come out to actually be part of this whole solution and help encourage the council to make smart decisions, look at many other things other than just what's known as an order, because an order is just an order. It's not a law per se. And there's actually a mass tort right now against Newsom because the proof is not really there as far as why we've all been in massive quarantine. So I'd like to have the council research not only the constitutional law group, but many other sources that would actually help lead to the other side so that we can make informed decisions and not destroy our economy and use as much common sense as possible. And I, again, encourage anybody listening to this to come out and be part of the verbal opportunity to speak with you guys. We are being listened to by other people online right now. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'd like to see us all be able to come into the chambers, but okay, I understand. And that's pretty much it.
Great. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you
very much. All right, Jeffrey, I believe that's the last speaker under that item.
Yes, now we have the general public comments.
All right, so now we'll go to general public comments under item 17.
Hello?
Hi, Matt. It's Jeffrey. Go ahead and begin your comments.
Okay, it's Matt Bloomer.
You know, we've had a lot of discussions about what the role of the police are. And service calls are the most important thing. If you get in a car accident, if you have a violent crime or something should happen, you expect everybody, because all taxpayers pay those fees. But the premium outlets have a rate of 30-40% higher of police service calls. Why is that? Because the city council says they pay more taxes. Well, guess what, folks? Someday you may need an officer, and the factory outlets, with the budget constraints and all that, they need to hire more police officers. And the city council just generally says, hey, by the way, they pay more taxes, so therefore they should get more services. No other business gets that kind of service, okay? And it's called defunding public service and people who need it. Regarding the $2 million for business owners, that's $5,000 per business owner. You know, COVID-19 affected more than business owners. They affected seniors and different people in the community. If you notice a pattern here, we service the factory outlets 30-40% more service calls. Then business owners are the only ones getting relief. No other person is getting relief in the city. And the city has millions of dollars. So when they tell you they can't help you out, it's because there's only one person that writes a check at election time to Kevin Kildee or Tony Tremblay. That's business owners. That's why you're at the bottom of the list. That's the fact. They can say what they want, but the bottom line is that the people are the city, and everybody should be helped. And I've made this comments before, and they come out at the end of the meeting and they say, oh, you know, it doesn't matter. It does matter. The citizens are the most important thing. Everybody deserves equal treatment. And when you don't do that, that's not the way a city should be run. And let me remind you that 3 people were replaced on the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Do we have the next speaker, please, Joe?
Hi, is this Carrie?
Yes, this is.
Hi, Carrie. It's Jeffrey calling from Council Chambers. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead and begin and state your name.
Okay, hello. My name is Carrie Aist, and I am calling to speak with regard to the protests that I have been taking part in Camarillo in recent weeks. I just wanted to say that overall, every protest I've been at has had people who were there stating their opinions, maybe taking to the streets, but also exercising their right to speak against oppression in general and against police brutality and in favor of Black Lives Matter. And across the board, while there might have been a lot of energy and a lot of loud speaking about their opinions, the people who were there were not causing harm. And it is very frustrating when people characterize the people who take part in protests as thugs, as angry mobs, etc., because that's the last thing that I have seen. So I am an older white woman who is supporting, just in general, supporting the move to call out oppression and to seek its end, the move to look for racial justice in the land. And it is really wonderful when city councils support us all in doing that, and it is very, very unhelpful, detrimental to life in the city overall when people support an alternative view that is not based in fact, that people are thugs, are criminals, are violent, etc. The only violence we've ever seen has been people who don't agree with the right to protest, who drive into the crowd and try to hurt it in different cities. We haven't had anyone get hurt that in Camarillo that I've seen, but it could happen unless the city takes a strong stand. And I hope that the council will continue to listen to the people, to be strong about supporting all constituents, not just the wealthy white ones, and generally understand that you have to look at human rights, and you have to look at all the people's rights, not just those of the wealthy landowners or whatever. I'm listening to a lot of business owners and other people who are talking about COVID, and I'm thinking it's another discussion entirely, but I certainly hope that people will pull back from that for just a moment to show their support for Black Lives Matter and for all the human rights efforts that are going on in these protests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Lorena. It's Jeffrey from the Chambers. You have 3 minutes. Please start and state your name.
I'm giving my phone to Deborah because you didn't call her.
Hello, my name is Deborah Baber, and you were supposed to call me on COVID, and you did not. So on the hour and on every half hour, it's announced that confirmed COVID cases are on the rise, but the death toll has plummeted. Most people would never know this is true if he or she listened to the news or California's governor or Ventura County Board of Supervisors or you and the people you bring into the chambers. Why in the world do elected officials and so-called health authorities persist in scaring people half out of their wits? How do you do this? You focus on and repeatedly announce that cases are on the rise. You offer zero context in which the listener could better evaluate the information. What is the end game by insisting that healthy people stay away from each other, that they do not seek the pleasure of leisure time at the movies or in the park or with their families, and that they cover their faces? Unless you are a surgeon or have a very specific health condition, wearing a mask is an act of subjugation. At least it used to be, and it is today again. Covering your face used to be an act of shame. In our country, women do not cover their faces as they do in Muslim nations. In our country, people do not cover their faces when they play sports or gather in public, but Antifa does cover their face. They cover their face when playing their blood sports and when burning down buildings and defacing public property. Wearing a mask in our country is not normal. It is also profoundly unhealthy. Why would any elected official want a shameful, unhealthy population over which to rule, unless ruling them is your goal? That is unconstitutional in the extreme. Please, I ask you to reconsider your policies. At the very least, ask pointed questions. Don't blindly accept what others say. Stand up, be leaders, be courageous, like others in other cities. Thank you. It's Deborah Baber.
Thank you. Lorena, did you have comments you wanted to make? Oh, she hung up.
Hello?
Hi, is this Nathaniel?
Yes, this is Nathaniel.
Hi, this is time for your 3-minute comments. Please go ahead and begin and state your name.
Hello, my name is Nathaniel Sorotari, and I'm speaking on behalf of our local heroes, the police. Since the beginning of last month, it has been common knowledge that some among us want to defund the police. This controversy has come to Camarillo, and many want to press onward with the decision. However, we should first recall why we have the police and why people want to defund them. The reason we have police is because they provide protection for the people from those in the country who either compromise the safety of others or compromise their own safety. Think of a young man behind the wheel recklessly driving 40 miles per hour over the speed limit, or a drunk driver unable to control his car. Not only are they a danger to themselves, they are putting anyone in the car at risk and anyone on the road or on the sidewalk in danger as well. Having the police helps people to think twice before acting foolishly. The presence of the police ensures a safer environment for the people. Before we go on, it must be clear that the cries to defund the police are cries to remove the police. Anyone who thinks this is a financial situation must know that 2/3 of the federal spending is primarily dedicated to Social Security, health, especially Medicare and Medicaid, and defense. Cutting the police's budget will not have a useful effect on our national debt. Since the police are guardians of the people, why do some want to remove them? It is because many do not see our police as protectors. Instead, they look at the uncommon deaths of individual black people, like George Floyd, at the hands of some police officers, and paint policemen with a broad brush, saying, because one is corrupt, all are corrupt. If these people who want to defund the police actually believe Black Lives Matter, then they should stop using the media to tell them black people go to jail, black people are poor, and black people do bad in school. Evidently, social justice is being used as a tool for something else. Let us bring the police back into the picture. If the police protect the defenseless from the harmful, it is logical that the defenseless wants to keep the police. It is the wicked person who benefits from removing the police. Think about the following example. Every little kid wants another cookie, but their parents will only allow them to have so many. Children will often go up to the cookie jar when their parents are not around and steal a cookie. With the parents absent, the greediness of the child flourishes. With the police absent, the wickedness of the people will flourish and give birth to death. If you decide to remove the police, remember that the social worker, law enforcers that will take the place of the police will not be the parents, but the untrained child.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your 3 minutes are at an end. Jeffrey, does that conclude our speakers under this item?
Yes.
Okay. Because at least one of our speakers did move ahead to item 19B. So we will take note of that and come back on that. All right, that finishes our public comments under items 17. We have no public hearings under item 18. That takes us to departmental items, and the first departmental item is under item 19A, supplemental community development block grant allocations for a COVID-19 response. Mr. Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. Our Community Development Director, Mr. Baca, is going to handle that along with his staff.
Thank you very much. Oksana Buck will be presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. The Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or the CARES Act, made available $5 billion to HUD for issuing supplemental CDBG grants. Those funds must be used to prevent, prepare, or respond to coronavirus. The city of Camarillo is eligible for an allocation of $192,347. In order to apply, the city must amend its fiscal year 2020-2021 CDBG action plan to describe how these funds will be used. The city may use the funds for a range of activities. Examples include acquisition, construction, rehabilitation, or installation of facilities for testing, diagnosis, treatment, or quarantine of patients. Assistance to businesses for job retention, job creation, or manufacturing of supplies. However, in order to use funds for economic development, the city would need to make a finding that no other funding is available for these activities. The city cannot satisfy these findings because it has an economic development reserve fund. Another example is to provide assistance to increase public services, such as Meals on Wheels, grocery delivery, and personal protective equipment, or development of emergency response plans for infectious diseases. Staff has identified the following list of potential activities for supplemental CDBG grant and is seeking input and direction on which activities to pursue and prioritize. The city may fund the local food banks to increase food availability to lower-income households. The city may fund the Meals on Wheels program to increase hot meal delivery to seniors who are unable to cook or shop due to health limitations. The city may fund grocery delivery services to encourage social distancing of high-risk population. And the city may fund the emergency rent and utility assistance to low-income households affected by coronavirus. The city should complete the following steps before spending the supplemental CDBG funding. The first step is tonight's hearing to receive your input on the type of activities to consider. Next is to advertise and accept applications from service providers that may carry out these activities. Based on the applications received, staff will draft the action plan amendment to include funding recommendations. The draft amendment will be available for public review and brought back to a city council public hearing for consideration. Once the amendment is adopted, it will be submitted to HUD for review. After HUD review is complete, the city will anticipate a funding agreement. Subsequently, the city will execute agreements with each agency that will carry out these activities. As with the city's regular CDBG program, city will monitor the program and report on accomplishments. The suggested action is to provide direction and concurrence to staff to advertise availability of CDBG funding in order to pursue food support, grocery delivery, and rent and utility subsidy for inclusion in the draft fiscal year 2020-2021 action plan amendment. And this concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Buck. Do any members of the council have questions for Ms. Buck on her presentation?
I do.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes. Grocery delivery, is that to pay people who are delivering? Does that include the cost of the groceries? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
We were anticipating just the delivery services. It would not include the cost of the groceries.
Okay, thank you. And the Meals on Wheels program, is there still one here?
Yes, there is.
So I would add that yes, there is, and there was a consent item that the council enacted where we're contributing approximately $37,000 to Meals on Wheels to support that assistance program currently. And we would anticipate that we could utilize these CDBG funds if the action plan amendment is effectuated and certified by HUD to reimburse the general fund for that money using these CDBG funds.
Okay, that was with the healthcare district?
Yes.
Whatever they call their program.
Correct. I have the agenda report here. There was the Camarillo Healthcare District Community Support Funding Agreement for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Yeah, I think they have a little different name. That's why I asked. I thought you were talking about some of their program.
It is. It's called technically the Senior Nutrition Program, but it does have meals provided and or delivered.
Right, right. There used to be a Meals on Wheels program in Camarillo in addition to their program. That's why I asked.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions?
Joe, do we know if anybody is still on the waiting list for the healthcare district Meals on Wheels or senior nutrition?
We know that it's an active program that people are currently receiving food. I don't know the answer about the waiting list.
I just seem to remember at one point that there seemed to be people that were waiting. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Question for you, Mr. Vaca or Ms. Buck, on the food share of Ventura County. My understanding is that there have been that food share is utilizing several different local pantries. Correct? Are they utilizing one in Camarillo to service primarily Camarillo residents?
That is our understanding. We also know that Lutheran Services is also utilizing a food pantry locally for Camarillo residents. So we want to make sure the council's on board with these concepts, and then we're going to invite applications from various providers to act as subrecipients to carry out these services for our community.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions for Mr. Baca or Ms. Buck? Let's open it up for Charlotte, do you have another question?
Exactly what are they looking for? Us to recommend a split or just to agree with the program? I'm not sure what it is.
We're actually looking for what we included in the suggested action, which is to direct us that you concur we should advertise the availability of these funds to pursue food support, grocery delivery, and rent utility subsidy. So those categories that we would target for people to apply to become subrecipients to actually effectuate implementation.
Thank you.
Let's see. Any other questions for Mr. Baca? All right, hearing none, let's turn it over to council for discussion. Who would like to start? Madam Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I support this. I'd like to, I think we should go forward and see if we can't help all of these, in all of these avenues.
Who else would like to be heard? Mr. Mulchay.
Yeah, I'll agree. I'm supportive of it. I think it's pretty straightforward, and I have no issue in supporting this action.
Your Honor.
Mr. Kildee.
I never look a gift horse in the mouth. $192,000 is a lot of money, and I definitely support this, and I do support the recommendations that staff has on implementing this.
Mrs. Craven?
Yes, I support it as well. I don't know how anybody could not support this.
All right, and I support it as well. So, Mr. Vaca, Ms. Buck, I think you have a sense of direction from us?
Do we need a motion?
Yes, you can move the suggested action. That'd be terrific.
Also move.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll let Jeffrey decipher who was the second on that one. Jeffrey, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. We're now going to move to item 19B on the agenda with the title of Consider Adoption of Proposed Resolution Supporting a Just Cause for Racial Equality and Denouncing Racial Injustice or such other resolution as may be directed by the City Council. My understanding is, Mr. Ramirez and Ms. Nichols, is that there is a PowerPoint available of the resolutions, which has been prepared by staff. Here's how I would propose that we proceed on this item. Since this item was initiated by Vice Mayor Santangelo and Councilmember Mulchay, they would go first and present any comments on their jointly drafted resolution. And after they conclude, I will make comments concerning the alternative resolution that I proposed. We'll then take any clarifying questions from council members concerning either of the resolutions, and we'll thereafter take public comments. And we have over 40 speakers, my understanding is, for public comment. So I'll go through the rules of public comment again before we go there. When public comments are completed, then the item will come back to the council for additional questions, discussion, and deliberation. Are there any objections to that process? All right. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Mr. Mulchay, followed by Ms. Santangelo. Mr. Mulchay.
Knowing that this particular item is probably going to last us, well, I think a safe bet is several hours potentially. And I don't know if there's any desire to break in the item. Do we want to break right now before we enter this item so that way we can carry it through?
Well, here's what I was going to say. We've been in session since 6:30, so we've been in session now just over an hour and a half. I was going to say, hearing if there were no objections on the process, I was going to say that I anticipated that regardless of where we are in the item, and likely at that point we would be in public comments, we would take a brief break around 9 o'clock. But if any council member wants to take a break at any time, just let me know. But is there any objection to taking a break sometime around 9 o'clock? Or what's the sense of the council? You want to take a break now? Before we begin?
If I had to say, I would suggest a break right now prior to, but it's just me.
Okay. No, I'll
maybe take, just kind of a
5-minute
break. Yeah, just a little.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
It might be appropriate to let people know, because I think the public comment very well could take a couple hours at least. If you take a break now, take a break again at the end of public comments before we start deliberating. I think that would be good.
Okay, does that sound all right with everybody?
Yeah, but you're proposing that we're going to present before public.
Right. We're going to hear from, Madam Vice Mayor, we're going to hear from you and Councilmember Mulchay first. Right. Then you'll hear from me on the alternative resolution that I proposed. Then council members can ask any technical or clarifying questions on the resolutions. And then we will go to public comment. Yeah, I anticipate that we're going to have public comments for at least 2 hours, and probably more. We would, go ahead.
No, I just, if we take a break now, I think we're still going to need to take a break during. So.
I think we may well need to do that. What I'll likely do is if we take a break now for 5 minutes or so, we'll probably take another break around 10 o'clock, regardless of where we are, just every 2 hours or so. But in the meantime, if anybody wants to take a break, just let me know.
Could we possibly take 10 minutes?
Take 10 minutes right now? Okay.
Would that be all right?
Any objection? Okay, hearing none. It's 8:08, so we're going to come back in at 8:18. All right? All right, we'll stand in recess until 8:18. Thank you. Okay, I think there are 4 of us back with video going. I'm just waiting on Kevin. All right, I think we have all council members present. Do we have city staff here as well?
We do, sir.
Okay, very well, thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, would you go ahead and start per the process that we outlined just before the break?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to start, this is sort of maybe a technical or procedure question, but, you know, I was asked to bring this resolution for a council vote after I requested in both the June 10th and June 24th meeting for a resolution that specifically stated that Black Lives Matter. Sean and I worked on this, and we got a little help from staff as well. I don't want to exclude Carmen and Greg. And I've received overwhelming support from the community for it, including social justice organizations whose work it is to end racism and support racial equality. And then, Mr. Mayor, you submitted a resolution yesterday, and my question is that it doesn't really align with what the resolution that was called for, because I said multiple times, and we clarified it, that it was a resolution that would say and declare that Black Lives Matter. The direction wasn't, nor was it my request for a resolution for general social justice. So I guess my question is why we are now in this position where we have a choice between one resolution that was called for and one that wasn't. And so before I present mine, I would like to address that. I would be willing to go forward with the two, but I think it would only be fair that after deliberation that we would be able to ask for a motion for my resolution first. And so I would ask for support with that.
Okay. But just a slight correction. After we received the resolution that you and Councilmember Moshe drafted, and that was on late Thursday, I believe, and City Hall was closed on Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday ensued, and I actually submitted the alternative resolution on Monday, not yesterday.
Excuse me.
That's okay. The agenda, it's the agenda description itself allows for your resolution or any other resolution on the matter to be considered. Generally, I don't have the description in front of me, but it certainly allows for another resolution. I guess I would have to inquire of Mr. Pierik or Mr. Ramirez as to your ultimate question. But as far as I'm concerned, I have no difficulty in terms of order of precedence, in terms of considering the motions. That doesn't cause me any difficulty. Why don't we ask Mr. Pierik and Mr. Ramirez to answer your question?
From a procedural standpoint, I mean, Jameer is correct. The agenda item was written broadly enough to consider this this resolution or another, if one was to be brought forward. As far as the legal and or procedural standpoint, I would defer to Mr. Pierik on that. Brian, are you there?
Oh, yes, I am. I'm sorry. Could you re-ask the question? I was getting unmuted there.
I think, well, I was questioning that since the direction from the previous two meetings from the council was that I would read back the resolution that I had asked for,
that specifically stated that Black Lives Matter, that Mr. Mayor's resolution is one that does not say that. And so in doing so, it's not really responsive to what, I don't know if I'm using the right words, but it's not what the original intent was for a resolution.
Okay, yeah, I heard what your comments were, but I didn't hear specifically what Greg had said. So the answer is that the title of the agenda item is Consider Adoption of Proposed Resolution Supporting a Just Cause for Racial Equality and Denouncing Racial Injustice, which is your resolution, I believe. And then it also has the words, or other resolutions may be directed by the City Council. I think it's been the practice of the city and frequently in past items is to allow the flexibility, for example, to have a discussion that may not be word for word what, for example, the resolution you drafted is. So what this does is give the flexibility to the council to suggest changes to your resolution so the public is aware that there might be changes. So there could be some language changed in yours and or a different resolution that would come about that would, in essence, deal with the same subject matter. So that, I think, is what the agenda provides, and it gives the public notice that that you have the opportunity tonight not to adopt the resolution within the four corners of as it was drafted. There's some flexibility, and that was the goal, I think, for the agenda description, which is fairly common, and I think we've seen that many times in other agendas.
And the second part of the question was then, would we be able to ensure that this resolution, if someone makes a motion, would be able to be voted on first?
Well, that would be up to the council to make that decision. It'll depend on who makes the motion and what the motion is. But I would defer to the council to make that decision. It certainly could be voted on first. There's no reason it couldn't be.
Okay.
May I make a comment? Mr. Cooley? Yeah, as I understood it, Mr. Pierick is right that we had a discussion, and it was formulated that individuals were going to bring a resolution forward so we could have a discussion on the resolution here. Now, it was not implied that anything would be technically, as I understand it, in the resolution or not in the resolution here. We were going to get something in writing. There was something that may or may not have been implied as such, but we needed to get something in writing here and submitted so the full council can partake in the discussion tonight. So unless anybody else has any information, that's how I understood the process. It would not preclude any of us from bringing forward his or her own resolution. It was a start of a discussion here. That's how I understood things.
I had a different understanding because every time I mentioned the resolution, I specifically said that's what I wanted. And I remember specifically Mr. Tremblay saying that he would be in favor of a social justice resolution, and I said, I actually spoke right after him and said, I want to be very clear. What I am looking for is a resolution that says Black Lives Matter. So that's fine. I just wanted to understand it better, and I just want to ensure that we will be able to vote on this resolution.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Let me just speak to process. Excuse me. In the past, when we've had a resolution that was brought to us by a council member, often another council member brought in the substitute resolution, but since we were all in the council chambers, they brought it in at the meeting, and we didn't have a chance to even read it before the meeting because it was handed out during the discussion. So I do appreciate getting something ahead of time, but I think it's appropriate to vote on the resolution developed by Mrs. Santangelo and Mr. Malche first, because theirs was presented first.
And I've already indicated I have no objection to that. So, Madam Vice Mayor,
okay,
proceed.
I will. Okay. So as I said, the goal of this resolution, my goal, was to bring attention to the plight of Black Americans, to their struggles, to their long history of racial inequality, and to both systemic and overt racism that's experienced in this country and in our town. I wanted to reflect what Black people in Camarillo want from a resolution, and my work on this was a result of having conversations with them. This resolution that we are presenting has received endorsements from the Anti-Defamation League, from LULAC, from CAUSE, from Black lawyers of Ventura County. And the last time I checked, we have received over 730 emails in favor of this. And for those keeping count, we received over 1,200 emails in total. The other about 500 emails were either opposed to the claim of defunding the police or mentioning Black Lives Matter. And so it was less than 500 that specifically said they did not want that Black Lives Matter mentioned in this resolution. And there's been a lot of discussion in those emails and in the public and in the community about what Black Lives Matter is. And so I wanted to talk about that, because there is a Black Lives Matter organization, but there is also a movement. And the movement was an activist movement that began as a hashtag. And it was started after George Zimmerman was acquitted in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2013. And Trayvon Martin was an unarmed Black teenager. And then it got, the movement grew and became more widely known and popularized after two high-profile deaths in 2014 of unarmed Black men, Eric Garner in New York and Michael Brown in Ferguson. And neither of the police officers were involved in their death. Who were involved in their death were indicted. So again, it kept growing. There were ongoing local and national protests and other actions, and they were often sparked by deaths of other unarmed Black Americans. And so over the years, the movement has grown and has moved into public consciousness and conversation. Black Lives activists, the one I'm talking about, helped start Campaign Zero, which includes policy solutions developed in conjunction with other activists and protesters and researchers and experts. And they worked really hard to integrate community demands, input from other research organizations, President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. And if anybody has a chance to go look at Campaign Zero, it's very interesting, and there's a lot of data and good research. And they really talk a lot about how to bring policing up into the 21st century and how to help it meet the needs of our community better and make it safer for every American. There's a larger context and history of Black men and boys who've been killed at the hands of the police, many of whom, like George Floyd, were unarmed. And Tamir Rice, Laquan McDonald, John Crawford, Freddie Gray, Walter Scott, Alton Sterling, Philando Castile, Terrence Crutcher, Antoine Rose, and others. Black women and girls are also targets of police violence, which sparked another movement, Say Her Name, to highlight how this often goes unnoticed. And women who have died include Sandra Bland, Deborah Danner, Tatiana Jefferson, and Breonna Taylor. This movement that I'm talking about is not the organization. And just think about it logically. If the movement is working on Campaign Zero to talk about better policing, and the organization is talking about the abolition of police altogether, then how could they have anything to do with each other? So I'm talking about the movement of people speaking up for Black people. Why is it so important that we say Black Lives Matter in this resolution? And first of all, it was the goal of the resolution. I offered it, I suggested it, and that's what I wanted. And I want it because Black people who live in Camarillo want it stated. They want to hear the leaders of their community say that their lives matter. As I said before, over 730 people via their emails told me they want it in the resolution. The Black Lives Matter protests that happened in June are the largest protests in American history. It's estimated that 15 to 26 million people were protesting on June 6, 2020, one day. And just for some contrast, the Women's March in 2019 was only 3 to 5 million. So that's how many people believe that Black Lives Matter and are willing to take to the streets and hold up a sign and yell it. This resolution has been endorsed again by CAUSE, LULAC, the Anti-Defamation League. A lot of the emails against saying Black Lives Matter said that we should be saying all lives matter. And I want to explain why that is so hurtful. And I'm going to do that by reading some quotes from other people who are far more articulate than me and who actually know more about this by living the experience of being Black in America. Of course, all lives matter, but there is no serious question about the value of the life of a young white girl or white boy. Sadly, there is a serious question between gang violence and this police violence about the value of the life of a young Black girl or boy. So those who are experiencing the pain and trauma of the Black experience in this country don't want their rallying cry to be watered down with a generic feel-good catchphrase. That is why when people respond to Black Lives Matter with All Lives Matter, it grates. All lives matter may be one's personal position, but until this country values all lives equally, it is both reasonable and indeed necessary to specify the lives it seems to value less. Black Lives Matter activists say replacing Black with all minimizes a movement that is meant to bring attention to the deaths of Black men, women, and children who have died as a result of alleged police brutality. They say it's also supposed to bring attention to the scourge of systemic racism. For activists, the term Black Lives Matter is not a call for special treatment. It's a means for Black people to reclaim their humanity and personhood in the midst of seemingly unending attacks on their right to simply be humans with dignity. When I say Black Lives Matter, it is because this nation has a tendency to say otherwise. Racial discrimination does affect all minorities, but police brutality at such excessive rates does not. A Black person is killed extrajudicially every 28 hours. Black men between the ages of 19 and 25 are the group most at risk to be gunned down by police. Based on data from the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice, young Blacks are 4.5 times more likely to be killed by police than any other age or racial group. To say that Black lives matter is not to say that other lives do not matter. In fact, it's quite the reverse. It is to recognize that all lives do matter, and to acknowledge that African Americans are often targeted unfairly, and that our society is not yet so advanced as to have become truly colorblind. This means that many people of goodwill face the hard task of recognizing that these societal ills continue to exist, and that white privilege continues to exist even though we wish it didn't and would not have asked for it. Notice that in some of those quotes, the plight of Black Americans includes gang activity. It is acknowledgement that all Black deaths are too many. It's important that we remember that while we mourn the death of anyone at the hands of the police, we can also and should also mourn the loss of any police officer who's been killed in the line of duty. We can condemn police brutality and also respect and honor the hard and dangerous work that police officers do. The two sentiments are not mutually exclusive. I also heard quite a few people in their emails say that there is no racism in Camarillo, and that what's happening over in another county or another state or another part of our country doesn't matter here. And I'm sorry, but there is overt signs of racism in this town. And there is systemic racism that affects everybody that lives here. And I think that there is a confusion about really what systemic racism is. I think people think that systemic racism is a group of overtly racist people. And that's not what systemic racism is. I asked my Black friends to tell me about their experiences in town and to tell me when they felt that they were being discriminated against because of the color of their skin. And these are some of the things that they told me. They said that Black people have been pulled over quite a bit in this town. That somebody told one of my friends that her son's skin color was just the right shade. As if it were too dark, it might not be the right shade. Somebody told her not to let her son wear a hoodie. Somebody's family members have been followed in stores. And when their family members visited, the neighbors asked who the suspicious men were around her house. One of my friend's families was seated in a restaurant and was asked to move because the white family that came in didn't want to sit next to them. This is in our town. A Black child was stopped by the cops on his bike, wondering where he was. There's been multiple counts of graffiti with the N-word written. I've seen pictures, and I have heard people talk about it and what they've seen. I was told last week that somebody was driving down the street and somebody was yelling white power from their truck. And there was an incident at a very peaceful Black Lives Matter protest. There was a truck with teenagers in it who were yelling F Black Lives outside of the truck, and that it was carried on for about an hour. And so those are the overt signs of racism. Those are the things that are happening, that are people are doing, and that Black people are enduring, and that are hurtful, and that we all as white people take for granted, that we don't have to worry about those things. Systemic racism, I'm switching now to talk more about what it means. It's institutional racism. It's not any one person's fault, but it's definitely not a large group of overtly racist people. That's not what it means. It's the system systematic distribution of resources, power, and opportunity in our society to the benefit of people who are white and to the exclusion of people of color. Present-day racism was built on a long history of racially distributed resources and ideas that shape our view of ourselves and others. It's a hierarchical system that comes with a broad range of policies and institutions that keep it in place. These can be laws, they can be written policies, they can be unwritten policies, they can be practices, they can be legal, they can be illegal, they can be norms, they can be existing culture. I don't know if a lot of people actually know that the birth of policing in this country came from the need to keep slaves from running away and returning them. And the police is an institution. And I don't mean to single out the police here because there is evidence of this in many things. Redlining. There were actually places where black people would not be sold a house or would not be granted a mortgage or a home loan so that they would not be able to live in certain neighborhoods. And then if you look at the schools who are dependent on property taxes, and then if you look at the much lower wealth of black people, and therefore not able to own as large of houses as in nicer neighborhoods, then you can understand what's happening to their schools. And all of these things are built into our system. And all of these things are the things that black people have had to overcome and keep overcoming. And there is extensive research and data on this. Extensive. Black people make up about 13.4% of our population. If you look at Fortune 500, S&P 500 companies, in 2019, only 8.7 of CEOs, there were only 8.7% CEOs of color. In 2020, only 4. In government, there are 57 people of color. That's 11%. Earnings, blacks make 62% of what white people make. Household wealth. In 2019, white people's average household wealth is $102,000. For black people, it's $6,000. College, 35% of white people have college degrees, 25% of black people. Mortgage, blacks are denied twice as many times as white people. And that's illegal, and it still happens. Home ownership. 73.7% of white people own homes. Black people, 44%. COVID is killing more black people and hospitalizing more black people than white people. Prisons. 33% of the prison population are black people. They only make up 13.4% of our population. Arrests. Black people are more likely to be arrested for drugs. They're more likely to be denied bail. They're more likely to have harsher charges for the same offenses. Black males aged 18 to 19 are 13 times more likely to be in prison than their white peers. Marijuana usage rates for black people and white people are the same, but 3.6 times. Black people are 3.6 times more likely to be arrested for possession. That's only a handful of the pages of data that show the disparities between black people and white people in America. The problem is that white people see racism as a conscious hate, when racism is much bigger than that. Racism is a complex system of social and political levers and pulleys that were set up generations ago to continue working on the behalf of whites at other people's expense, whether whites know it or like it or not. Racism is an insidious cultural disease. It is so insidious that it doesn't care if you're a white person who likes black people. It's still going to find a way to infect you and infect how you deal with people who don't look like you. Racism looks like hate, but that's just one manifestation of it. Privilege is another, access is another, ignorance is another, apathy is another, and so on. So while I agree with people who say that no one is born racist, it's a powerful system that we are immediately born into. It's a set of socioeconomic traps and cultural values that are fired up every time we interact with the world. And so that's why this resolution must address Black Americans, and it must say Black Lives Matter. Because the Black people who live in our city need to hear that from our community. They need to hear that from the people that lead this community. They need to know that we think they matter, and that every day we're going to remember that, and we're going to work for that. When I say Black Lives Matter, that doesn't mean that nothing else does and nobody else does. It means I understand that their life is far more difficult for them because of the color of their skin. That doesn't mean I haven't had my own difficulties. I have had a tough life, and I have overcome a lot of stuff, but they were never because of the color of my skin. One of my friends wrote a letter, and I want to read something to you from that. She said, when our nation's founders asserted that all men are created equal, they failed to uphold that ideal. And that left out Black women like me. But the task of making this union more perfect has been the inheritance of every American since then. And to my fellow council members, she says, you live in a time and serve in a position where you can make the union more perfect in this little corner of America. And I urge you to do so. And so I ask you, what is the purpose of this resolution? Is it to water it down and not say the tough things that need to be said? To make white people feel better? Or are we doing this to make Black people feel better and feel like they matter and that we care? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Councilmember Milche, do you want to address the resolution at this time since it was co-authored by both you and the Vice Mayor?
Sure. Yeah, I don't have any issue with that. Mine are a little bit broader in scope in that I've been informed that several of our comments, and I'll get to it in my comments, my prepared comments here. Some of the calling the comments from the public and concerns of the public also has to do with the quote, the defunding of the police, and so I've also wanted to address some of that here, but the bulk of this is in regards to the resolution. So my comments from earlier meetings came up from a place of compassion, transparency, and community dialogue. Considerable thought went into this resolution. The council's discussion was given considerable weight and thought in drafting this resolution. I think I know Camarillo pretty well, and I try to represent it with all my heart, and I try to do so accurately. So I was born here, I was raised here, and I think it's worth something in that I'm still here. I never really left, and nor do I have any intention of ever leaving. This is a great community. I don't bring the values or the vocabulary or the worldview of some other region or some other culture. I bring what was instilled in me, having grown up here in Camarillo. Our city is tight-knit, strong moral fiber, we're caring, we're compassionate. I like to think we still embody the values and the identity that many could say a lot of other cities have since left behind as they've grown and become less personable. When someone in our community is a victim of an incident, we come together. We make sure that they know they matter, how much love is behind them, how much community support is behind them. When a member of our community passes away, We as a council adjourn in their memory, provide some thoughts in order to convey that their lives mattered and the contribution to their community mattered. When 3 men exhibit heroic actions out of concern for the well-being of another person, we honor them, ensure that others know that their actions mattered. We honor and we support a wide range of organizations, associations, individuals, and we show our compassion, we show our love, we show our appreciation and our support. We do this with our words, we do this with oftentimes proclamations, and we do it with financial support. And we do that to indicate that they matter. To our community, they matter. They're important. They mean something. Half of my time as a council member is spent addressing concerns of residents. The other half is spent in here with all of you, talking through the agenda and the issues. But at least half my time is spent addressing concerns of residents, either directing them to the proper service, the proper department, getting something fixed, resolving some sort of issue, making sure that they know that we as a city and I as one of the representatives don't take them for granted and that they matter and that their concerns matter and their problems matter. It weighs on me each and every day. I refer to it as the spinning wheel in my head. It's always, no matter what I'm doing, I always have this little wheel in my head and it's always thinking about the city and it's thinking about the residents and it's thinking about how we can do something better. I'm always after trying to find a better way of doing something. And I don't take it for granted. So it weighs on me each and every day, that responsibility, that duty to my fellow community members. So when thousands of residents march and protest, oftentimes right outside City Hall, right outside where I'm sitting right now, for social equality, week after week, and they ask me the question, do I matter? Do my concerns matter? And what are we as a community, or we as a council, doing to address the concern and the issue of racial inequality? That plagues every community throughout the country. Many far worse than the way it may be afflicted locally. I'll be first to admit that. We do not have what otherwise would be considered as rampant racism in our community. I wouldn't go that far, but it exists. It inflicts every single community throughout our entire country. Ours is not absolved from that. And as I said in the first meeting, it would have been tone deaf not to have responded to the concerns of thousands out here and proudly reestablish our position as a council and as a city as to where we stand. Even if it's to recommit a set of values that our community already upholds. In that case, it should be easy to do. It should be a slam dunk. And because the concept of resolution has been commingled with the incorrect assumption that this council is considering defunding our police, I do want to take a second and address that topic, as I know that many people are probably going to have comments in regards to that topic. So, some of the few things that I spoke to at the last two previous council meetings, I supported reviewing the police contract in an itemized budget. So it's what I need to do. I need to do my own fiduciary duty, and at this point, I have not seen either one, neither a contract, or I have now sensed right now, but and we'll get to that in the next agenda item. But at the time, I had not seen either a contract or an itemized budget. Considering that it constitutes about 48% of our annual general fund expenditures, approximately $18.1 million. That's really important. So there I'm exercising my fiduciary duty as a representative. I'm looking, people in staff know that I'm a man of a lot of questions. And I ask a lot of questions. I truly value learning and understanding things. I was supportive of the consideration that the jobs of the police could be improved with the inclusion of social and or mental health support. It's a concept that our Ventura County Sheriff Department has already pursued with the addition of a part-time mental health counselor who works in tandem with our homeless resource officer. It's not a new concept, and it's not necessarily new to the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. It's something that they are currently actively working on. I supported a community conversation that would solicit feedback from the public in regards to policing policy and standards, but that I would look to the VC Sheriff to providing the solutions that would be implemented to ensure that they continue to be effective and efficient in their job. I suggested establishing a commonly accepted metrics by which we could use to measure performance, and asked that any suggested changes would aid in the measurable improvement of those metrics, specific policing to our community. If we can't, if it's going to be detrimental to our community, clearly it's not something that we should pursue. I encourage members of the community to perform ride-alongs. It's one idea I had thrown out there, just as I have. I found it incredibly rewarding to better understand what it was like to be a police officer and build greater connections between the community and the LEO profession. And I supported a resolution that would state, as a moral principle, that Black Lives Matter. Because after all, that is kind of the crux of the question that has been posed to us by the thousands of members in our community, either through direct communication to council or via the peaceful protests that are happening right outside here at City Hall and throughout our community. So we owe it to that segment of the community, we owe this segment of our community the same affirmation to the question concerning racial equality as has been demanded from another segment of our community whose chief concern is where we stand on defunding the police. Even though I've never stated that I want to defund the police, nonetheless, I've had several hundred people specifically say, you need to say that you are unequivocally against defunding the police. And I have had no issue saying that, and I have on multiple occasions, on multiple Facebook streams, comment threads. But just as people expected me to reaffirm something that I never suggested and or had said, we need to do the same thing for the same people who are out here, in very large numbers, who have concerns of their own. It's now time to affirm our stance, answer the question unequivocally that the lives of our Black residents and those of other ethnicities, because we did include them as well in this resolution, communities of color, LGBTQ+, and all marginalized groups, that they matter, that their lives matter, and that they are impacted by prejudice, they are impacted by racial inequality. Now, several cities throughout Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, Southern California have passed very similar resolutions to this. The vast majority of them included a direct endorsement of Black Lives Matter. In the way this was written, I don't believe it does. It states, it doesn't offer any such endorsement. It makes a moral statement. Many of them did not extend support and accommodation for their law enforcement. Ours does. I think I said it in a previous meeting, law enforcement is not the enemy. I don't view them as such. To whatever issues may persist in our community, they're absolutely part of the answer. They are vital, and I've been very, very supportive of our police officers in the entire approximately 1.5 years that I've served on this city council, and well before that. Simply stating that Black Lives Matter and support of our law enforcement are not mutually exclusive. Some people like to think that by stating one, I'm somehow saying that I don't like police officers, or that we don't like police officers, or that we don't support our police officers. We certainly do. I understand how difficult of a job it is, and I understand the emotional and the physical repercussions of pursuing such a profession. I've seen it in my own family. So to say, imply, or frame it otherwise is disingenuous, and I think it's dangerous. It's important that we don't conflate a moral statement of Black Lives Matter with Marxist fear. These things are not correlated. Anyway, for many of our neighboring cities, reaffirming this stance was a simple, straightforward morally elementary act and reaffirm their commitment to a segment of their communities, just as we're proposing to do with ours, who historically and statistically have been impacted by prejudice and racial injustice. At our last council meeting, the three of us, the mayor, the vice mayor, and myself, stated unequivocally that Black Lives Matter. This resolution, and I helped write it, this resolution is not written as a political statement. It's not presented as a political statement, nor is it meant to further anyone's political agenda. Coming from me as a co-author of this is a moral statement and a vitally important one, and it's one that I support. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mulchay. So let me go ahead and just make some initial remarks, and then we'll next ask if any council members have any questions on the resolutions, and then we'll go to public comment. But first of all, sincerely, thank you to everyone who has taken the time to share their views with the City Council on this issue. During the last 2 years, this City Council has worked well together. And I'm offering an alternative resolution this evening with a hope to bring the council and the community together and then move forward. For the record, I am solely responsible for initiating this alternative resolution. I have not spoken with any other council member in its preparation. This alternative resolution delivers the same strong message as the other resolution in favor of racial equality, due process, and equal protection, and against discrimination and prejudice. It also avoids phrasing which has caused divisiveness in our community. I stated at the June 24 council meeting that there exists a difference between a statement that Black Lives Matter versus endorsement of a platform with many objectives sponsored by a group, movement, or organization with the same name. And based on the emails that I've received, and there were many emails, as the Vice Mayor indicated, it's clear that many who support the resolution authored by the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mulchay, as well as those who oppose it, see that resolution as an endorsement of the Black Lives Matter movement. The distinction that I mentioned on June 24 has been lost. And in this current volatile political climate, I don't think it's possible to separate the two. The Black Lives Matter group, movement, organization, I'm still not quite sure what the appropriate nomenclature is, advocates, among other things, for the defunding of police departments and takes other positions that I don't agree with. I've stated during each of the prior two council meetings on June 10 and June 24 that I do not agree with defunding the police. I believe that's counterproductive to ensuring our community safety, which is local government's and this council's highest obligation. In my judgment, to insist on using a phrasing which raises these issues is divisive for the city. And it's also unnecessary because there's more than one way to express the fundamental points. The alternative resolution accomplishes that task. Well, what are the fundamental points? There are 4. First, we mourn the brutal death of George Floyd. Secondly, that we stand together with all in our society who have been discriminated against because of their race, color, ancestry, national origin, ethnicity, religion, sex, disability, or sexual orientation. Thirdly, that we condemn racism, prejudice, and discrimination. And fourth, that we reaffirm our city's commitment to racial equality, due process, and equal protection for all persons in our community. So, how do we improve? How can we do better? Through a city council process of listening and community dialogue. That's with the city council. That's section 1B in the alternative resolution, and it also involves our next agenda item. So that concludes my initial remarks on the alternative resolution, and I ask the council for its support. I think at this point then, I should ask or inquire of any council members if they have any specific questions on either resolution, and then move to public comment. So with that,
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Kildee.
And I'll make this quick. I just want to get a little clarification. What I'm hearing is that the ladies and gentlemen of the council that submitted their resolutions.
Mr. Kildee, I'm sorry. Your words are fading out. They're very difficult to hear. There may be a little internet issue.
Can you hear me now?
Can you get closer?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you so much.
Okay. I just want to ask, I just want a little clarification of the process here, if I may. Hearing council members talk about their prospective resolutions, it sounds to me like it's a knock-down vote on the resolutions, whether or not we have any opportunities to comment on them or not. I'm a little bit confused. I'm hearing that there's certain verbiage got to be in on any one of these 2 resolutions, but we as other council members, are we permitted, if you will, to even make a comment on that, or will it just be up or down vote if we get a motion to approve either one of them? It's just a clarification I need.
Right, Mr. Kildee, I think that was principally a process issue. I did have some that you've raised. I did have some difficulty hearing you at some points. The internet is not cooperating with you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. It's just it's not consistent. But let me respond to what I think your question was. And I see Mr. Pierik has turned on. Well, no, he's turned off his video now.
Well, I did have something to say.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Pierik.
Yeah, far be it for me to be an IT person, but I am aware that there is an alternative audio option, which is to call in. So if, let's see how things go with Mr. Kildee, but the call-in information is included in the packet, and when if he wants to pursue that option, and I'm just mentioning it as an alternative in case the audio with the Zoom continues to be a problem.
Okay, well, I can hear you fine, Mr. Pierik. Can everybody hear me now?
We can hear you now, Mr. Kildee.
Okay. All right, thank you.
The suggestion, of course, was to just stay with Zoom as far as the audio, as far as the video capability, and then call in with regard to the audio capability, but hopefully we'll be able to hear you. Let me respond to, going forward, let me respond to your process, which I think was a process question, and the answer is yes. That's what I covered at the beginning. What I had anticipated is that when public comments were completed, then, separate and apart from whether you had questions now, but when public comments are completed, then the item would come back to the council for additional questions, discussion, and deliberation. So that's, I think, my answer to your question. I hope that's responsive to your question, Mr. Kildee. Okay, you're not.
It is. It is.
Okay. All right.
Okay, it is.
Are there any other questions, clarifying or technical questions on the resolutions? All right, then I would propose we go ahead and move to public comment. We have, and I have a little bit of housekeeping that I want to do on the public comment end before we get started. First of all, I'll actually mention written communication first. I want to thank, and I know the council would thank, all of those who have submitted written communications. We want to acknowledge that we've received approximately, Madam Vice Mayor, you're up to 1,200 emails. I had about 1,000. So I'll stand corrected, and we'll go to 1,200. But
1,240. 1,240.
Okay, well, you appear to have a current count. Thank you very much. I'll acknowledge that we received approximately 1,240 emails and letters. I want the record to reflect that those have been distributed to the council, will be made a part of tonight's record, but will not be read into the record this evening. But they have been distributed to all the council members. Secondly, I want to thank in advance all of those who are going to offer public comment orally on this item this evening. Under council rules, speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Time is kept on the clock, and we adhere to the time limits. When the time is up, the city clerk will thank you for your comments and then move on to the next speaker. The city clerk is putting into process a system whereby she will be announcing the next caller. There'll be a caller, and she'll be announcing the next caller so that they can be prepared to answer the phone when the city clerk calls. If you are speaking remotely this evening, which you all are, please turn the volume off on your TV or on your YouTube stream in the background in order to improve the audio quality on our end. It helps us hear you. And please speak clearly into your phone. We will listen carefully to everyone's comments. And I would also ask that since there will be many speakers on this topic, we ask that you be as succinct as possible and also consider what prior speakers have said. If you agree with what a prior speaker has said, please consider saying so rather than repeating what was previously said. So thank you for your consideration on that. And with that, let's begin. Madam City Clerk, could we have the first speaker? And again, I think we have an excess of 40 speakers.
The first person I'll be calling is Judy Bruce, followed by Dora Marie Doles. Hold on.
We're sorry. You have reached an...
That didn't work. I'll call the next number. Oops.
Hello?
Hi, is this Dora Marie?
That's right.
Hi, you have
good evening.
3 minutes. Please start.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Dora Marie Lopez Doles. As in everything, our life experiences color our experience. To give a glimpse into mine, I have worked 34 years as a healthcare provider as a rehabilitation specialist, 12 years for LA County, and 22 years entering homes in practically every neighborhood in Camarillo, Ventura, and Oxnard. In particular, for 2 years, I worked with post-coma patients, the majority of them victims of violence, many of them caught up in the vicious cycle of gangs. And to say the least, it's very intimate work, and the recent events and statistics of victims truly make me viscerally sick. I have also anxiously waited for the police to save me as my patient and I were caught up in domestic violence on entering her home, and I know personally that minutes matter. I listened to the voices from these stricken communities, David McNeil's grandfather begging, don't defund the police and don't take away our children's safety. He pleads for calmer voices in their community. And I also listened to Sonny Jackson, an activist who quotes, When you have started to see people die at 10 and 11 and everyone around you is on crack and everyone around you is stagnant, nobody is going anywhere and there's no hope. The situation is not simple, and black communities truly need and are not receiving compassion, just neglect from Republicans and exploitation from the Democrats. So as to the question is whether to stand in support of the BML organization, I'll just say briefly, I support Mayor Tremblay's statement. I don't want to have any statement that includes him, and I'm telling you why. My father's voice, a first-generation American, literally grew up in the mean streets of Chicago, guides me. Judge people by their actions, be skeptical of their words. It is BLM's voice to calm and save the lives of black children that Gavin's grandfather is begging for? No, devastating silence. Their signature policy of defunding the police to me is disqualifying enough. All we have to do is see the explosion of human devastation that is accelerated with the effective diminishment of the police. And I know what that looks like in my job. It's awful. If, however, I take them at their word, they want to give money directly to these communities, how do they measure up? Not surprisingly, no money is going to these communities. It is going to influence the Democratic Party through Act Blue, and their goal is to change this party to their ideals. And yes, I believe the classic Marxists, I believe their leaders when they say they are trained activists in Marxism. All we have to do is watch the grotesque display as their activists are vilifying churchgoers, black churchgoers going into their Baptist church. In the end, the result for the black community, I believe, supporting BLM specifically, is more exploitation and no hope, and for all of us in society, a chilling impact. Actions matter, and blindly supporting the organization because of their name is an irrefutable fact.
That's
is not
3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I'm going to try Judy Bruce again because her phone number worked the last time, and then I'm going to call Catherine Baum.
Hello, Judy speaking.
Hi, Judy. You have 3 minutes.
Which speech is this?
This one is on the resolutions.
The resolution, okay, about the
start.
defunding. Okay. All right. Unbeknown to most on the side of Marxism, or maybe it's just ignored, there is extensive data-driven research that proves that cutting budgets for the police while simultaneously demonizing their image increases crime rates. If the body count was racking up in many of our inner cities, it is not because of police officers were randomly shooting black people. It's because black people, predominantly black men, were shooting each other. It seems like the Marxists who call for defunding the police either do not understand possible outcomes of it, or they intentionally escalate the situation by attacking one of the core institutions of our society. It doesn't appear to them that if you don't particularly like the house you live in and decide to burn it, you won't automatically get a mansion in its place. You're going to get ashes. So by defunding the police, you won't get safety. You'll get more crime. Pair it with a strict gun control, certain Marxist-leaning cities and states, and get hello anarchy and then hello communism. The proposed, quote, redirection of funds, end quote, from the police budget to, quote, social programs is not going to work without the meaningful employment and economic stability that would turn an economically depressed population into a self-sufficient middle class. If they genuinely cared about the black lives, they would promote an economic growth while dropping the race-baiting narrative that vilifies more than half of the population, while victimizing the rest and demonizing a force that protects both. No wording that includes police brutality or social inequity is necessary in any resolution, since Camarillo has no history of either. No outside committee to be established for the purposes of reviewing police procedures, defunding, or disarming that would put residents at risk or be non-supportive of the police. As a social resident, this concerns me, and I wish my voice to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker?
Hello?
Hi, Catherine.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Please start and state your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Baum, and first of all, I want to offer thanks to the council and especially to Charlotte Craven for stepping up and informing the community and supporting open community dialogue, because there's been so much going on in our country and some of the cities that it's essential to hear from the people who actually live in the area. So what I wanted to say is that the city is responsible for the safety and security of its citizens and for running the city in a sound business manner, for maintaining the infrastructure, for handling the financial issues, and so forth. The city is not supposed to be a political body. The people who come onto the council are to have the city in their heart. This is a peaceful city. It's home to all kinds of Americans, regardless of their religion or their color. And I feel that a proclamation recognizing one group over another is insensitive and ignoring all the groups that exist. All lives are important, all colors are important, all languages, all religions. I also want to comment that the police services in Camarillo are provided by the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, and the VCSO has a long and a proud reputation for outstanding public service for all residents. And every time I've had any interaction with them, I've been very pleased and very proud that they represent our city. The other thing I'd like to say is that Ventura County, especially Camarillo, enjoys a reputation as one of the safest counties in California to live and to work. And it's also among the reasons that it's a destination of choice for many tourists who want to come take advantage of our beaches and our nature, so forth. And putting the safety of residents and our economy at risk by defunding our police department simply doesn't make sense. In talking with a sheriff, he told me that it would probably take 15 to 20 minutes extra to reach some of the people in the outlying areas. Well, we all know that every moment counts when someone needs help. So, in closing, what I want to say is that the police department is an integral part of our community. Many of the officers live right here in the city. There may be systemic problems that can plague police in other areas. We haven't had those incidents here. I think it's due to the training and the continued training. So there's no reason to change what we have. There was a strong demonstration today, and we do not want to see our police defunded or harmed in any way.
We've reached 3 minutes. Thank you for your comments. Jeffrey, may we hear from the next speaker, please?
So next I'm going to call Terry Dawson and then Lorena Sarutari.
Hello, this is Terry.
Hi, Terry. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
My name is Terry Dawson. I wanted to comment on the City Council not adopting the slogan, Black Lives Matter. I was very happy to hear the mayor just talking about not possibly making the statement due to the decisiveness of the movement and I think that's very positive. Let's see, I emailed you all an article about Black Lives Matter, the movement, how it's far different than the slogan, and I think that's what everyone is coming to realize. Black Lives Matter, we now know the organization leaders have ties to Marxism. They're for socialism. They believe in distribution of wealth, no bail, disrupting the nuclear family structure. Their number one goal is to defund and get rid of the police. And that's why it's almost impossible to support Black Lives Matter and support the police. There are people out there in the movement that are trying to bully people into making these comments. I've had several business owners that are friends have been contacted by people in the movement. If they don't say Black Lives Matter in their business, their reputations are being trashed on social media. The people are literally trying to destroy the businesses. I hope that's not what's happening with the council. We have more than 800,000 police officers in the United States. They have more than 500 million encounters with the public a year. Look how many situations we've seen of police brutality in the last year. A few dozen against 500 million possibilities. Yes, we need to get rid of bad officers, but that is not the majority of law enforcement. Black Lives Matter doesn't support all black lives or stand up to crimes committed against blacks. Look at how many blacks were killed since the middle of June in Chicago, 9. Where is Black Lives Matter for those families? Where are they for the police officers that are black? They call them names, they shout obscenities to them, they don't represent those black lives either. Police are not the biggest threat to blacks. Blacks are 12% of the population, and they represent half of the murders committed and 48% of the murder victims. That's crazy. They say police are a threat to their community. No, the police is probably what's helping keep those communities safer. The family is broken down. They don't support two-parent households. And when you have one-parent households, you have 5 times more likely kids that are to commit suicide, 9 times more likely to drop out of high school, 14 times more likely to commit rape, 20 times more likely to end up in prison. I got that from Terry Crews, a former athlete, actor, black, who's not conservative, and he's not in favor of Black Lives Matter because they don't support all black lives. So I just hope that you don't adopt the trending phrase, Black Lives Matter, because they're not about all black lives.
Terry,
and their goal is to defund the police.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jeffrey, may we have the next speaker, please?
Hello?
Hi, Lorena. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought the other hasn't finished yet, right? Hello?
I think you need to turn the volume off in your background.
Okay, you guys. Hello?
Hi.
My name is Lorena Saruwatari.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Regarding the comments that Ms. Santangelo made on the Agenda 19.B regarding the supporting the Black Lives Matter movement, not the organization, according to her, I will read this following. The foundational issue that must be dealt with is the man is a sinner. Sin is a universal problem that plagues men. It is evident that sin is a reality in this universe, that the world is fallen, there is death, pain, and all sorts of evil. All humans can testify to the existence of evil. So the conscience testifies to an invisible moral law. The reality of morality is inescapable. There are innumerable reminders that fill non-reality that there is a universal right and wrong. How can one speak of social reformation and neglect the foundational issue? If there is to be social reformation, it must first occur within the individual, not the government. Then the family, not the government. Then society, not some kind of organization that helps, with therapy. The heart must be changed, for the heart is wicked. Saturated with sin, the heart of stone must be replaced with a heart of flesh. The renewal of the inner man is ideal for social change, but of course, it cannot be advocated because man cannot save himself. Man depends wholly on God for salvation. Man is dependent on God for life and godliness. All of this is foolishness to the world. For man must confess he is a wretched sinner, and it is fully dependent on God. None will repent and return to be healed. If racism is to be abolished, then hearts of man must be radically changed, and this change can only occur to God. There is no such thing as systematic resistance, but is systematic sinning of a wicked man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please, Jeffrey?
So next I'm going to call Vanessa Ferrari, followed by Sue Reynolds.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
Hello?
Hi, is this Sue?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Sue. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
All right. Sue Reynolds. Thank you for this opportunity. I am very concerned about the use of the word Black Lives Matter. I think it's impossible for you to separate it from the organization. And I think maybe it's intentional on some of your part to do that. Whether it is or not, I think it's very divisive, because if you look at the organization, they have, just in June, they received over $430 million donation. And where does the money go to help people in Black communities? I don't know. I mean, they've been in existence for 7 years. So what are they doing with the money? I have never seen any results. So I think it's better not to be divisive and to use that term. And it's very interesting that in listening to all the comments and things that you did June 10th and the 24th, there was discussion of changing the way the police do things and bringing social services in instead of the police. So for you to say that you weren't looking at that, and then suddenly you want to look at the funding and how police are managing, and I think that's almost like in a prejudiced response to one man's horrible action. And I think it's also strange that you never addressed all the rioting that was going on, even in Santa Monica nearby, where my cousin lives on 4th Street in Santa Monica, and 3rd Street was destroyed. People bringing in pallets of bricks. And this started with a Black Lives Matter protest. So there's, for me, that's frightening. And I don't want to see that happen in our community. And I think that the president has also made some opportunity zones in other areas for Black communities. So why don't you look into positive outcomes that if you feel there's a need in our community, take advantage of what's available. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Sure. Thank you. May we hear the next speaker, please?
Next, I'm going to call Mark Cardella and then Peter Lust.
You have reached the cell phone of...
Hello?
Hi, is this Peter?
Who's calling, please? Who's calling?
I'm calling from the council chambers. You had submitted a request to speak.
Oh, yeah, this is, wow, it's late.
Sorry.
This is for the Camarillo City Council?
Yes, if you'd like to speak, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead and start.
Start right now?
Yeah. Start by stating your name, please.
Okay, hang on, let me take a drink of water. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me to take a couple minutes to say my point of view on the subject. I had recently heard that somebody in the city council wanted to defund the police department and give that money instead to something called Black Lives Matter. Well, I mean, I do understand and appreciate, you know, some of the horrific things that have happened in our country and some of the injustices that definitely need to be taken care of. However, Black lives may matter, but also, Jewish lives matter, and senior citizens' lives matter, and Hispanics' lives matter, and Asian lives matter, and American lives matter, and all our lives really matter. And to defund the police department that is doing a good job, to put it into an organization that who even knows who runs it, just seems to be a little bit not the wisest thing to do. And I've lived in Camarillo for almost 40 years, and I have never heard of our police department doing anything wrong, doing anything out of the ordinary, being prejudiced in any way or sort. They've actually done a very good job, and thank God for our police department, because many years ago, my wife at 2 a.m. had to call them because our alarm went off, and within 90 seconds they showed up at our front door to help save her, to make sure that what was happening here and what set the alarm off was solved. So, thank God the police department was there. So I just wanted to say that I believe it would be unwise to defund the police department, especially in our local area of Camarillo. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Members of the council, while Jeffrey's calling the next speaker, it's 9:45. I thought what I would do is we'd probably take another break around 10:15. Is that okay with everybody? And I wanted our speakers who are waiting at home to hear that as well. Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, please proceed. Thank you.
So next I'm going to call Barbara Ito, followed by Nedra Kindig.
Hello?
Hi, is this Barbara?
Yes, this is Barbara.
Hi, Barbara. This is the time for your comments. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Ito, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. Let me first say that I appreciate what Vice Mayor Santangelo said about her proposed resolution. I can tell that it is very heartfelt. Regardless, I would like to now talk about something that I've been reading. It's a book called How to Be an Anti-Racist. It's written by Ibram X. Kendi. He says, and I'm paraphrasing, being a racist is to constantly redefine being racist in a way that exonerates one's changing policies, ideas, and practices. Racism is a marriage of racist policies and ideas that procures and normalizes racial inequalities. Racist policies are any measure that produces or sustains racial inequality between racial groups. Policies are written and unwritten laws, rules, procedures, regulations, and guidelines that govern people. There is no such thing as a non-racist or racial neutral policy, as all are derived to benefit one race over another. Color is a racist term until we can come together as a community with it, whether it be local, state, federal, or global. Regardless of color, racism will flourish. That having been said, I understand that we all want to say that Black Lives Matter, but I think once you qualify that statement, you are being racist. If we allow racism a place in our dialogue, we will be racist and not anti-racist. So I beg you to take out the word black and rethink your resolution to state that all of our lives matter. And I understand it's very hard to do so. I am a white woman. I'm married to a Japanese man, so I understand the difference in cultures. But I am very concerned that once you define something, it becomes racist. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello?
Hi, is this Nedra?
Yes.
Hi, Nedra. I'm calling from the chambers. This is your opportunity to speak for 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Should I just begin?
Yeah, please start by stating your name.
My name is Nedra Kindig,
Go ahead.
and I live in the county, so the police department is very important to us. And I notice that they've had nothing but commendations for all the time that I have lived here, which is for 50 years. So I don't even know why this has come up, except that it's just somebody else climbing on this bandwagon that wants to defund the police. I am completely against that. I have no problem if somebody wants to certainly check the budget, but the way it was done, I don't think, I think it's very arbitrary. And as far as the city council having any kind of an endorsement of Black Lives Matter, it's completely unnecessary. The city council does not have to take a stand. And Black Lives Matter, in capital letters, is a Marxist organization. We should have nothing to do with it. And as far as I'm concerned, and a whole lot of people that are out there today, that I would say that every life matters. Every life. There is no reason that we need to have any kind of declaration that we're in favor of Black Lives Matter. It's completely unnecessary for the city council. So that's pretty much all I have to say, and I thank you for giving me a chance.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank
you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, I'm going to call David Wood, followed by Damon Jenkins.
is Damon.
Hi, Damon. This is your opportunity to speak to the City Council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
This is Damon Jenkins. Black Lives Matter and the proclamation should recognize that. Black people are systematically mistreated and marginalized, and the proclamation should recognize that. Why? A lack of education, a lack of awareness, and a lack of empathy fuel mistreatment. I am black, and for that reason I'm scared of police. Why? Because I have been detained and mistreated. For the reason that they give me is, quote, I fit the description. Because when I get pulled over, the first question is, are you on probation or parole? Black people are disproportionately arrested, incarcerated, and killed by police. Even as a lawyer, I am treated differently because I am black. I'm sure the mayor recognizes how sacred the courtroom is. Everyone should be treated the same in the courtroom. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I see every day that people are not treated the same. Statistics show that people are not treated the same. I personally have been in the courtroom and have been treated differently based on my race. I have regularly been mistaken for a criminal defendant based on the way I look. I am sure that any other lawyer that does not look like me has not had that experience. When I talk to other lawyers that don't look like me, that don't have the same skin color as me, they haven't had that experience, either with the police or in the courtroom. So I ask that Camarillo recognize that black people are treated differently. And I want Camarillo to recognize that they can make a difference in people's lives. I also represent the black lawyers of Ventura County, and we are a diverse group that wants to make positive change in our community. We commend Camarillo for the idea of making a proclamation, but more must be done. We spoke to the Oxnard City Council. They made a declaration that Black Lives Matter. I'd like to see Camarillo do something like that. We spoke to Oxnard and Oxnard Police Department in that same meeting changed some of their policies. I want Camarillo to recognize that Black Lives Matter and recognize that we are mistreated based on the color of our skin. I want Camarillo to recognize that my life matters. I want Camarillo to recognize that I've been treated differently based on my skin color. I want Camarillo to recognize that my son's life matters. Proactive steps need to be taken by Camarillo in order to ensure that my son...
3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey, may we have the next speaker, please?
Next, I'm going to call Heather Hayes, or Haas, followed by Steve Sullivan.
Hi, this is Heather.
Hi, Heather. This is your opportunity to address the City Council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Heather Hawes, and I live in Camarillo, and I am white. I moved to California for a job in this area about 3 years ago, and with nothing to tie us to a particular city, my husband and I had the freedom to choose which community we would call home. We chose Camarillo for all of the reasons that people love it. We've made a home here, and I don't plan to leave, just like Councilmember Mulchay. That's just one of the reasons I wanted to speak to you today about items 19B and C on your agenda. This is my community, and I care about how we treat others. Now is the right time to adopt a resolution supporting racial equality and denouncing racial injustice. But it's not enough to say that we're not racist. It is necessary, completely necessary, to declare that Black Lives Matter. We must use those exact words. We must support this movement. This is what our neighbors and friends in the African American community have asked us to say, and we need to make sure they hear us. We need to say that Black Lives Matter proudly and loudly. We need to pass Councilmember Santangelo's resolution. But making those statements is not enough, which is why this issue is very closely related to 19C, reviewing the Sheriff County's contract. And while I expect this is something that you're doing on a regular basis as my elected officials, it is more critical now. We must take direct action to back up our claims of anti-racism. We must look at how we spend our money and what actions we direct our law enforcement officers to take on our behalf. This is not an anti-police stance, and the mayor should not get hung up on the word defund. This is a stance that says we should be thoughtful about how we spend money and time so that our citizens get the best possible services and care. I have an elderly neighbor whose family members live mostly out of town, and because of this, they do frequent wellness checks, and each time multiple members of the Sheriff's Department arrive, simply to ensure that my neighbor is alive. They are friendly, and I appreciate their service. But is this the best use of their time? Wouldn't the story play out better if a social worker arrived, someone I could talk to and explain that our neighbor has come to our house simply to ask what month it is, because he cannot remember? Someone who would be armed with the mission, skills, and resources to get him the help he needs and end this costly cycle of wellness checks. This is a very simple example that doesn't even touch on the need to ensure that our officers have the right training to deal with the racially charged encounters and ensure that everyone walks away alive. I need you to consider all of this when you're reviewing this contract. I want to close with a quote from Maya Angelou that has been speaking to me lately. Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better. We know better. We know this is the right time to pronounce that Black Lives Matter and to take concrete actions toward making this city where residents feel safe and everyone can flourish. And I'm looking for you to do the best you can, and now that you know, to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. May we...
Hi, is this Steve?
It is.
Hi, Steve. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Hello, my name is Steve Sullivan, and thank you for taking time to listen to me. I have a number of concerns. I've listened to what happened in previous council meetings. I've also seen reports of what the vice mayor said on social media, and that is very disconcerting to me. The fact that she is willing to call all white people racist is a racist statement in and of itself, and that bothers me a great deal. We need to stop thinking in terms of color. I've lived in this city for 50 years, and have never been bothered by any race and being included in any race. I've lived in the South, and I've been included where I was the only white person on a bus of 65 people on a regular basis. We need to stop looking at skin color. And as Morgan Freeman said, tell you what, let's make a deal. You just quit calling me a black man, and I'll stop calling you a white man. This is the resolution that's put forth by Councilmember Moshe and the Vice Mayor Santangelo is rife with admission of guilt for things that are not true in the city of Camarillo. It's a matter of jumping on the bandwagon. I've since read the Mayor Tremblay's resolution, which makes a whole lot more sense. I see no need whatsoever just to jump on the bandwagon because it's the right thing. Well, it's what the rest of the world is doing. We don't have systemic racism, not in Camarillo, not in our nation. The Vice Mayor was talking about different things, trying to show that there was systemic racism, but there is not. That it was one-sided statistics that she was quoting. There are problems where there are problems. They need to be addressed. We should vote no for this resolution, not even have a resolution. Funding is not the issue in Camarillo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, I'm going to call.
While our city clerk is calling, we're going to take a break in about 15 minutes.
Next, I'm going to call Matt Lorimer, followed by Chris Barton.
Hello?
Hi, Matt. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I do not believe in defunding the police. One of my main issues is with Charlotte Craven. She wrote a letter to Citizen Journal. It was very toxic, calling the area Camarillo. People who live in Berry Street and Raymer Street a barrio. You know, in Nazi Germany, in Warsaw, they used to call it ghetto. You should not define people that way. There is no reason to bring that up. In fact, Mr. Kildee, on his Facebook account, has a quote from Ms. Craven from 2016 calling a person lying and underhanded. It's wrong. Mr. Kildee, you should say something, and you shouldn't be hiding it. You should speak up, and that's wrong. That's your district. Mr. Tremblay, you should speak up. You've been silent on the issue, too. Nothing from you. The bottom line is this. We've heard a lot tonight, but we need is a written policy by the city of Camarillo saying no chokeholds, okay? And then in that policy, we should have any officer that abuses a citizen should be removed, go through a process and removed. It should be reported within 24 hours by the police chief. Those are two solid policies. It doesn't blame the police, but if an officer does get out of control, we have a written policy. The city council for years always wants to talk, but this is an easy thing that's gone around the country. All around the country, we hear the same thing. City councils don't have written policies for police departments. This is simple. Two simple policies. No chokeholds, and any officer involved in a dispute with a resident that causes any kind of action should be reported by the police chief within 24 hours. That is a simple way to solve this. But around the country, we haven't seen anything like that. So what we need is two written policies. Simple, doesn't blame the police, you support the police, but if you have a rogue officer, you have a policy in place. You are the city that writes the check to the police department. That's what's been going around in this country, is city councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Hello?
Hi, is this Chris Barton?
Yes.
Hi, Chris. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Chris Barton, and I am a Camarillo resident. I love Camarillo. This is where many of the people that I love are. And as a loving citizen of Camarillo, I can tell you that this town has a disturbing undercurrent of white supremacy. I've overheard it at the barbershop. I've seen it in our bars and at our restaurants. I see it in my neighborhood. And I'm seeing it tonight in the citizens summoned by Councilwoman Craven. This is not something that we as a community and a city should tolerate. Mayor Tremblay and Councilwoman Craven's refusal to acknowledge the well-documented inequities and discrimination that our black neighbors face emboldens and affirms the racist undercurrent in the city. Black lives matter. No one is saying all lives don't matter. And if your response to the assertion that Black lives matter is to rebut that all lives matter, I question whether all lives really do matter to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, I'm going to call Steve Kerrigan, followed by Sherry Lynn Orr.
Oh,
Hi, is this Steve Kerrigan?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Steve. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Steve Kerrigan. I'll be brief because I've already heard, you've already heard much of what I would have said. And I think it's pretty clear just in listening to the callers that if you were questioning whether using the term, the phrase, or the organization Black Lives Matter to be a trigger phrase to cause damage in our community, I think you know the answer to that. So I won't go on about my thoughts about that organization or the linkage. But I would like to address a couple things. Social injustice and racial inequality. Those might be issues on a national level. In fact, I know they are. But to drag those issues into our beautiful little city and say that we're systemically racist is wrong. And for anyone to make those accusations or to claim that we need to make a resolution to apologize for things that we haven't done it's really horrible. So my suggestion would be to have the city council back up, review both these resolutions, and make the right decision. I appreciate the fact that the mayor would step in and save the day because his resolution, I think, does reaffirm some things that we already have, but it doesn't cause us to get angry and to cause more division here in our beautiful city. So with that, God bless our beautiful city of Camarillo. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we hear from the next?
Do we want to keep going or take a break?
If council members are okay going for another 8 to 10 minutes? Okay. We'll go for another 3 speakers.
Okay, I'm going to call Caitlin Selleck, Carrie Aist, and Larry Stamper.
Hello.
Hi, is this Caitlin?
This is.
Hi, Caitlin. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Great, thank you. My name is Caitlin Selleck, and way earlier in the meeting, maybe 3 hours ago, a caller, I think he was put into the wrong section, said that policing was created to help and protect people. And that statement is 100% false, okay? As Vice Mayor Sanitary mentioned, the first form of policing in the U.S. took form as slavery patrol back in 1704, okay? Their job was to chase down enslaved people who have escaped and to punish them. So when slavery was finally outlawed, slave patrol evolved into modern-day policing. So I just wanted to correct that caller's huge mistake that policing was not created to protect people. Policing was created to keep black people enslaved. That is the definition of institutionalized racism. And you can probably guess where I'm going to go with this. I am in favor of defunding the police and reinvesting into social services and resources for black people, for indigenous people, and for people of color in Camarillo. The fact is, the police disproportionately incarcerate and kill black and Latinx people. And in Camarillo, half of the city budget is spent on policing. I'm going to repeat that. Half of the city's budget is spent on a racist institution. And in order to fund this fundamentally racist institution, the city of Camarillo has slashed funding for things like education for years. And that is the real threat to public safety, not the defunding of police. Men and women with badges and guns who aren't even wearing face masks during this pandemic aren't the protection we need. We need social services and mental health care. In 2015, Bryant Duncan called 911 when he was suicidal. He was shot and killed in Camarillo by a police officer. Bryant Duncan needed a helping hand, not a gun in his face. I ask that Camarillo leadership take a stand in support of equal rights. Black Lives Matter. Say it out loud. Remaining silent on this matter is to implicitly support the framework of white supremacy. White supremacy exists in Camarillo. This is a time for leadership and for action. Other local cities, including Ventura and Oxnard, have made such proclamations in support of racial justice. The question is, will you? Thank you, council members.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we hear from the next speaker, please?
Hello?
Hi, is this Carrie?
Yes, this is Carrie.
Hi, Carrie. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Carrie Aist, and I am speaking in favor of adopting a resolution to say that the city of Camarillo supports Black Lives Matter. I have been listening to a lot of commentary, and I think that it's clear that there are a whole lot of people who are white who have never had interactions with the police that are problematic, and they are then, therefore, apparently unable to understand that people of color, especially black people, have a completely different experience in their interactions with the police and their relationship with the police. And it's important that they maybe step back and listen to the experiences of people who have a different skin color, because the fact of the matter is that skin color does make a difference with how you're treated by the police in the city of Camarillo. But it's not just the city of Camarillo, and we all know that. It's across the entire country and really probably the globe in a lot of ways that people of color receive different treatment. My training is in the fields of birth and breastfeeding, and I can tell you that we in that field understand that, for instance, women who are black or people who are birthing who are black are 2.5 times more likely to die in childbirth, not because they're less able to give birth, but because they aren't given the same treatment specifically because of the color of their skin, and that's just the fact of the matter. That's racism. It happens in the city of Camarillo, in the county of Ventura, and across the state and country. This is because racism does exist. And for that matter, we need to have city council members like you make a stand against such racism by simply making this statement that Black Lives Matter, whether it's associated with the movement Black Lives Matter or not. I mean, it needs to be said. And actually that movement is a movement based on black people responding to the racism and iniquity and violence the state has leveled at them. So we need to support them in saying, hell no, we're not going to take any more of that violence. We're going to turn things around. We're going to demand that people give us the same treatment that everyone would like to have and people who were white get, which is, basic human freedoms and basic security, basic needs met. So if the city council here can do the right thing, whether all the rest of the wealthy, privileged white folks who don't have bad experiences with the police say to, agree or not, you need to do the right thing because you are here representing all your constituents, but especially those who aren't given as many advantages. And those happen to be people with non-white skin color.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey, we're going to take one more speaker, and then is there any objection to taking a short break? All right, we'll take one more speaker.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. This call cannot be completed because there are restrictions on this line.
There you go. Should we take a break?
No, I don't think that qualifies as one more speaker.
Okay.
So why don't we go ahead? It's sorry, the hour's late. It's 10:15. Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute? Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute break? Apologies to the folks who are waiting to do public comment, but we need to also take a break. We've been up here for on the cyber dais for a while, so we will stand and recess until 10:25. 10 minutes. Thank you.
I came back.
Very well. Good. Okay. Then I think we are back live again. Madam City Clerk?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And we're back from a short recess. And so may we have the next caller, please?
So I'm going to call Lisa Munoz, followed by Deborah Baber. Hold on.
Please leave your message for 80.
Wait a minute.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Interesting. Yeah, hello?
Hello, is this Deborah?
Yes, this is Deborah.
This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
My name is Deborah Baber. Let's not kid ourselves. We're talking about police only because the radical socialist communist terrorist cell, Black Lives Matter, wants power. To get it, they must defend, defund, and destroy the police and law and order. Consider the essential role law enforcement plays in keeping our society civil and out of chaos. These brave men and women are unique among people in our great nation. I do not use the phrase first responder. My husband is retired LAPD after 33 years. Neither he nor anyone in law enforcement is a first responder. Calling them first responders diminishes the essential work they do 24/7. They are the responders. Why? When a person dials 911, it does not ring in the fire department, nor does it ring at the EMT station. A fireman will not disarm a knife-wielding man. An EMT specialist won't get between an abuser and the abused. They have no training for this. It is not their job. The police, however, must know something about fire if they're to investigate arson or to assess whether the fire department needs to be called when responding to a 911 call. The police must know something about CPR and how to save lives until EMT arrives. But the police, firemen, and EMT folk, they do have something in common. Every one of these fine people will help get a kitten out of the tree and will walk a child across the street. Camarillo has no history of police brutality or of racial inequity, so no resolution is needed. And if a resolution were needed, the City Council has been elected to do that work. There is no need for an outside committee that would have zero accountability for increased crime if, God forbid, the police were defunded, disarmed, or disbanded. As the saying goes, why fix that which is not broken? And for goodness sake, why would Camarillo salute a communist group? Why would you, Camarillo City Council, enshrine with a resolution the Black Lives Matter terrorists? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Here for our next speaker, please.
Next, I'm going to call Lee Lewis, followed by Dr. Martinez Bravo, followed by Bert Rivera.
Hi, you've reached Lee Lewis's cell phone.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated
is this Bert Rivera?
It is.
Hi, this is your opportunity to address the council. Please start by stating your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Bert Rivera. I'm a resident of Camarillo, and thank you very much for listening, everyone. I know it's getting late, and we all want to go home. I'll make this quick, if I can. I can be classified by the government as a person of color. I moved to Camarillo to get away from the crime of L.A., and that disaster the city became under the failed Democratic leadership that pandered to divisive special interests to the detriment of its own citizens. The black co-workers on my crew had no issue with whites in general, but had plenty of things to say about the black thugs that victimized their neighborhoods. The police would not even go into some of these neighborhoods during the day. My black friends were crime victims by their own neighbors who were black. That was my experience. However, there is no such thing as white privilege, as you will find many white people living in poverty around this great nation of ours. The only privilege we all have, Ms. Santangelo and Mr. Molche, is living in America. That's our privilege. This is the land of opportunity, yet many black leaders play the race card to keep their power in the black community, because without it, they have no power. Certainly their failed liberal policies of redistributing income bankrupt the very citizens they claim to represent. Would any of you like to vacation in Detroit? That city has received over $12 billion, $12 billion with a B, in taxpayer aid because blacks needed a handout? That city looks like Beirut, and I apologize for insulting Beirut. I refer to your resolution, page 1, whereas paragraph, the 8th one down, where we condemn hate speech. That's all fine and good. However, BLM has been clearly seen to hate police both in their words and actions. Ms. Santangelo, don't you recall BLM chanting, "What do we want? Dead cops. When do we want it? Now." If you need more proof, simply examine BLM's own words on their website and see their actions on YouTube videos. Their own leaders are on video stating they are Marxist organizers. If you on City Council do a little due diligence on BLM, you'd quickly see for yourself that BLM is all about violence to get their demands. They are anti-family and anti-police. Systematic racism doesn't exist. The post on social media that we're systematically racist ignores the fact that we are the most free country in the world, that we elected a black president. We have the most freedoms of any country, and regardless of the color of your skin or your economic status, one can achieve just about anything you want to work for. Finally, perhaps you all need to revisit the history of the Democratic Party. It is the Democratic Party that fought against abolishing slavery. It was the Republican Party that actually abolished slavery.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Rich.
We hear from our next speaker, please.
Next, I'm going to call Amy Jurgensen, Brendan Hutchinson, and then Tim Helton.
Hello?
Hi, is this Amy Jurgensen?
This is she.
Hi, it's your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
My name is Amy Jurgensen. I'm calling in today to voice my support for a resolution that Black Lives Matter. I've read both the proposal presented by Mayor Tremblay and Vice Mayor Santangelo's proposal, and only Santangelo's address the issue at hand. Do Black Lives Matter to the city of Camarillo? The statement that Black Lives Matter is simply that, a statement of fact. It does not diminish white lives or brown lives. When we say Black Lives Matter, we are simply saying Black Lives Matter too. This statement is complete in and of itself and should be unqualified. An unspoken question lies at the heart of the debate between saying Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter. What about white people? As a white person, my worth is reinforced daily. When I watch TV shows or movies, I see my image reflected back in the majority of characters. Comparatively, only 2 out of every 10 lead actors are black or people of color. When I bought my home in Camarillo, I had no trouble getting a mortgage. In contrast, black people in America are denied mortgages at a far higher rate than white people. Throughout my life, I have benefited from the privilege of my parents, who, thanks to the racist policy of redlining, were allowed to buy a home in a good neighborhood when black Americans with the same or greater levels of income were not. I have never been followed around a store by a security guard or anyone else simply for shopping while white. In fact, I can go about my business every day without fear of being racially profiled by police or anyone else. This is simply not the case for black Americans, who are more likely to be stopped by police not only once but multiple times in the course of a year, and who are also more likely to be victims of police violence. These examples illustrate that the simple, often overlooked realities of my life are not the same realities enjoyed by my black neighbors. Affirming as a community that Black Lives Matter too is the first step to making changes that demonstrate that truth. You might hear the anecdote within the larger conversation about racism in America and try to recognize or rationalize what is happening. Maybe you're thinking, this doesn't happen here. But members of our community are telling you that racism is alive and well here in Camarillo. Just this last month, we've seen a truck full of local young teens yelling racial slurs at peaceful protesters in Camarillo. I personally know someone whose business in Camarillo was robbed last month and vandalized with a racial slur. And we have seen racial slurs used in politics. And I'm not even talking about on the national level. I'm talking here locally. The topic fueling protests around the country is not whether women's lives matter, LGBTQIA lives matter, Latino lives matter, any other lives matter than Black lives matter. That's the topic. If you cannot bring yourself to state definitively that Camarillo believes that Black lives matter, then say nothing and let your silence speak for itself. But don't mince words or equivocate. Of course all people deserve equality. That's the point. This is a historic moment. Our community deserves to know where each council member stands on this issue.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to the next speaker.
Hello?
Hi, is this Brendan Hutchinson?
It is.
This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Brendan. I'm a Camarillo resident of District 1. I'm in favor of adopting the initial resolution for racial equality and denouncing racial injustice, and I'm in favor of including the true and simple statement that Black Lives Matter. I've experienced plenty of racism in Camarillo and Ventura County. At protests in Camarillo, I have seen racism against peaceful protesters for Black Lives Matter. People have shouted racial slurs, used their vehicles as weapons, driving into crowds, all because they apparently find the concepts of Black Lives Mattering in this country offensive. I have witnessed racism directed at my neighbors. I have experienced racism against my coworkers. Friends of color have had slurs spat at them, and they've been told they are not wanted here in this country. I'm tired of being told racism doesn't exist, and I'm white. Experiencing it secondhand is bad enough. I feel very angry imagining if I had to experience it firsthand. Try to have some empathy and understand not everyone's life mirrors your own. These are just the overt racist events I've witnessed. We also have plenty of very clear evidence and accounts of systemic racism, real data, real stories. And we've all witnessed the racist comments by Council Member Craven. It's disturbing that someone can sit in this council and deny the existence of racism when the citizens of Camarillo are telling her their stories of experiencing racism. If you're blind to these accounts, you're blind to us, and you don't deserve to sit there making decisions for us. To the entire council, do you really want to make the statement of not making a statement to condemn racism by stating through omission of the words Black Lives Matter that Black lives do not matter in this city to your council? Is that what our city should be known for? Know that your decision tonight will set a powerful precedent that will affect all of us. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
This is Tim.
Hi, Tim. This is your opportunity to address the council. Please start by stating your name.
My name is Tim Helton, and my wife and I have been residents of Camarillo for more than 25 years, and we are deeply involved in the civic life of Camarillo and Ventura County. I serve on the governing board of St. Columba's Episcopal Church, the board of directors of United Parents of California, and as co-chair of the Ventura County Interfaith Community. While I do not speak on behalf of these organizations, I do want to urge the passage of a resolution that specifically says Black Lives Matter. In addition, as the City Council is considering entertaining a future presentation by the Ventura County Sheriff's Office regarding its contract policies and procedures, I ask that the affirmation of the Sheriff's Office be deferred until after the Council and hopefully the public has had an opportunity to hear the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next, I'm going to call Cynthia Salas, Sarah Aspel, and then Marissa Lopez.
Hello, this is Cynthia.
Hi, Cynthia. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Before I start, I would like to share that somebody that you mentioned, she heard her name, but your call didn't go through. So her name is Dr. Martita Martinez Bravo, just to let you know.
Okay.
My name is Cynthia Salas. I'm the director of LULAC District 17, the largest and oldest Latino civil rights organization in the United States. Our district would like to address Ms. Carvin's public statements and address her lack of cultural competence and the unawareness of her own white privilege. She does not understand the harm, intentional or not, her words have brought to our county and specifically the city of Camarillo. Words matter. We must be careful about the words we use, for they have meaning, especially to those impacted. The statement, all life matters, denies traumatic experiences specific to the Black community. When leaders and decision makers fail to understand that such statements lead to systems and mechanisms of oppression against all people, this leads to deadly consequences, the most recent being the murder of George Floyd. This is why the words in this resolution matter. Additionally, the lack of cultural humility is evident as Ms. Carey refuses to reflect on her own racial bias when she defended her statement about receiving letters, and I quote, mostly from people who live in the barrio who depend upon the police. Again, words matter. Councilwoman Craven, you could have simply chosen to say we have received letters from constituents that are in support of the resolution as it stands. LULAC denounces the words used in the updated resolution as it does not take a stand against all forms of discrimination against Blacks, Latinos, and other protected groups in the city of Camarillo. The updated resolution should seek to acknowledge that Black Lives Matter and that we need to make significant systemic change to systems which are not protecting and caring for the humanity of Black lives. For all lives cannot matter until Black lives matter. In order to be clear, our demand as LULAC District 17 is for the City Council to review their budget and sheriff contract and to implement the evidence-based practices of Dr. Goff and the Center of Police Equity. And in this way, be in line with and in support of what many police chiefs around the country are doing. Defunding the police refers to reallocating funds away from the police department. It does not mean abolish the police department. Additionally, abolishing the police department refers to wanting to see the rotten roots be pulled out and fresh roots be replanted. If you look closely at your city's data, you could see that the majority of the calls to law enforcement are nonviolent and instead are calls for service. Shifting funds to social services will enhance the push to decriminalize, destigmatize people with mental illness or addictive disorders, of which many are people of color. In order to have an equitable financial investment in the community through mental health services, public schools, and social programs that help communities thrive, the defunding and rerouting of the police department is long overdue. Ventura County LULAC District 17 looks forward to a resolution put out by the City of Camarillo Council that is reflective of its constituents and it is culturally competent and anti-racist.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello?
Hi, is this Sarah Aspel? is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ashbell, and I am calling to support a resolution that unequivocally states that Black Lives Matter. Given our current climate, seeing hostility towards peaceful protesters who are affirming the value of Black life, looking at our history's just awful record with police violence against communities of color, and just the hurt in our communities makes this resolution necessary. And I've been hearing a lot of comments over the evening that are gaslighting oppressed people, denying that systemic racism exists, and ignoring the testimony of their Black neighbors sharing personal experience with racism within our communities. It is absolutely necessary that the City Council affirms that Black Lives Matter in Camarillo and passes this resolution and really see that this is the bare minimum. The Black people in your community are asking you to show them that they matter to you. And any resolution the City Council makes supporting racial equality must be followed with immediate action. Otherwise, we'll know that these words are empty and do not show that you care for Black lives. To the fear-mongering going on in this council public comment period, I want to say specifically to people who are commending police officers, I want to say that your individual positive experiences with the police do not negate the abuse experienced by Black, brown, and indigenous people all over the United States and within our community. And we need to listen to communities when they share things that are harmful going on, and we need to address that immediately. Police do not prevent crime or keep us safe. Police respond to crime after it has already occurred, and we need to look at proactively preventing crime by uplifting communities that are vulnerable to homelessness, food insecurity, violence in the home, and really make sure that public services are available to people. Seeing that nearly half of the general fund is spent on police services is absolutely shameful, and that money needs to be reallocated to improve the quality of life for all residents in Camarillo. In addition to a thorough investigation of the sheriff's contract and an itemized budget, you must actively work to include Black, brown, and indigenous community members in future policy and budget decisions. We must center the needs of our most vulnerable, seeing that they have been systemically pressed and kept out of these decisions.
Your time is up.
Thank
you for your comment.
Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, is this Marissa Lopez?
Yes, it is.
Hi, this is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Marissa Lopez, and I am a Camarillo resident, small business owner, property owner, wife, and mother of 2 children who attend Camarillo schools. I grew up in a home where voting and actively participating in my community is a way of life, and I actively support council members who I see take just actions to support our city. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I support the social justice and Black Lives Matter resolution brought forth by Vice Mayor Santangelo and Councilmember Mulcahy. As Mulcahy said earlier, it's an elementary step for justice. I would first like to touch on Councilmember Craven's racist remarks regarding Black Lives Matter made in the VC Star and in a local email. While I support our leaders' efforts to keep our Camarillo residents engaged with issues, Councilmember Craven, I speak directly to you. I was deeply offended by your use of the phrase people who live in the barrio, who depend on the police.
Your remarks insinuate that Mexican American people are criminals and need to be policed more than white people. You also insinuated in your message that Camarillo white people don't support Black Lives Matter. This is not what I have seen at Camarillo's peaceful vigils and Black Lives Matter protests. The vigil, organized by Michelle Grew, a Black Camarillo mother and professor, and supported by local mothers and communities of faith, was a once-in-a-lifetime moment of solidarity and genuine healing with Black and white people and all people of color. The feeling of oneness was palpable. Councilmember Craven, your response in the VC Star continued to show your disconnection with your constituents, with your reference to Mexican Americans as those people. It reminded me of an experience I had with a colleague who was surprised I was so educated and I wasn't one of those kind of Mexicans. You showed your viewpoint as a property owner and a privileged person of power, and again, your inability to authentically connect with the diverse people you have been elected to serve. As a proud Mexican American, Councilmember Craven, I ask that you hear the hurt you have caused so many of your constituents with your offensive and out-of-touch remarks, and look inward to see how you can better serve the diverse community here in Camarillo. Mayor Tremblay, Councilmember Kildee, how can you better serve the diverse community of voters in Camarillo? Do you stand with Councilmember Craven? We are watching and we are voting. I support the resolution brought forth by Vice Mayor Santangelo and Councilmember Molche. As a mother, watching the ruthless murder of George Floyd hurt so very deep in my soul, as it has to so many others shown by the thousands of peaceful protesters across the country and in Camarillo. It has opened the eyes of so many whom have never experienced institutional racism against Black people and many people of color in our communities still, which what has been seen cannot be unseen. Voters expect and demand that our leaders reflect our desire for change and recognition that we must do better in our homes, our workspaces, our healthcare, and our system of public safety. I support the resolution presented by Vice Mayor Santangelo and Councilmember Molche as a moral start to make needed changes here in Camarillo. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you very much. May we have the next speaker, please?
Yeah, I'll try Dr. Bravo again, followed by Rebecca Bauer and then Katie Rose.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Hi, is this Dr. Bravo?
Yes.
Hi, this is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Martinez Bravo. Today, LULAC, Vic Amarillo, and ADL Santa Barbara Tri-Counties joined together in supporting the resolution brought about by Vice Mayor Santangelo and Councilmember Molche. We appreciate, in particular, that the resolution recognizes as a moral fact that Black Lives Matter, and that the consequences of racial inequality impact and reverberate through a multitude of other ethnicities, communities of color, LGBTQ+, and marginalized groups. The words Black Lives Matter, whether capitalized or not, are being used by individuals and entities throughout the country and internationally across religious, racial, political affiliations as a means of acknowledging that public institutions, including some of those tasked with ensuring the safety of the public, have employed policies and practices rooted in bias and racism with devastating impact on Black individuals and communities. A public entity using the words Black Lives Matter expresses not only the importance of eliminating any discriminatory policies and practices in its midst, but the value of being an inclusive community enriched by the diversity of its Black members. The point of this resolution is for the city to assure its community members most impacted by biased and racist policies and practices that the city of Camarillo recognizes that impact and will endeavor to protect its community members from such harm. When such policies and practices impact Black lives, they likely also impact other historically marginalized groups. The resolution proposed importantly reassures those marginalized groups too. A generic resolution that fails to name those groups most impacted, that fails to recognize that policies and practices are to blame as well as bad actors, that fails to affirm a moral imperative to remedy any such policies and practices, and that fails to express a shared value for inclusion and diversity,
only serves to dismiss the concerns of those the resolution should be designed to reassure. Of course, all lives matter, but all lives have not experienced and do not continue to experience racism and systemic inequity equally, and therefore we must state publicly and unequivocally that Black Lives Matter. We received notice only yesterday of the alternative resolution proposed by Mayor Tremblay. While we can support much of the language therein, whether intentionally or not, it omits the words Black Lives Matter and does not otherwise identify, recognize, or reassure the community groups most impacted by racism and bias. Further,
your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Hi, is this Rebecca?
Yes.
Hi, Rebecca. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
My name is Rebecca Bauer, and I live in Camarillo, specifically District 1. After living here for almost 10 years, it alarms me that a resolution supporting racial equality and denouncing racial injustice is even up for debate. After all other cities, including Oxnard, have already made declarations that Black Lives Matter, and Camarillo should too. It's 2020, and this shouldn't even be a debate. Amongst young people, honestly, Camarillo is known as an old people town, which caters solely to white, wealthy homeowners. Many of my friends, unfortunately, have moved away because this city simply does not make space for them, and that is your fault. It is your responsibility to amend this and make this a safe place for both our Black, Brown, Indigenous, and LGBTQIA2+ constituents. I implore you to commit to issuing a public statement stating that Black Lives Matter, using specifically the resolution that has this language, and make your Camarillo residents and future generations proud. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hello? 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 Okay. Next, I'm going to call June Roberts, Robert Thomas, and then Renee DeHessa.
Hello, June.
Hi, June. This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Outstanding. My name is June Roberts, and I want to start by saying that all Black lives are necessary. This Black Lives Matter stuff is great. Thank you, Susan, for bringing it up, and thank you, other council member man, for bringing it up. But swear to God, this is important for everybody. Black lives are necessary. I enjoyed that is a part of it, but Camarillo is 7 years late to Black Lives Matter, and we need to work on ending racial discrimination and institutionalized racism. Black Lives Matter movement needs true, effective, and tangible change. This means defunding the police down to its core. I will start by saying that Camarillo does not have a crime problem. It has a diversity problem. Out of a population of 65,201 people, only 1,216 of that population is comprised of Black community. The question everyone in Camarillo should be asking is, why is that number so small? The entire city of Camarillo needs to do some introspection. Perhaps the Black community does not feel welcome in Camarillo. Perhaps the Black community does not feel safe in a city that spends 50% of its budget on policing. Policing has been proven to have racial biases, facts that are proven every day with new cases. George Floyd, Philando Castile, Sandra Bland, Breonna Taylor, and Rodney King in 1992. Camarillo makes minorities feel threatened. And a huge reason is the disgusting amount of funding that goes to the clearly racially biased police. Based on the 2020-21 budget, Camarillo will be spending 48.14% on police services, more specifically Ventura County Sheriff's Department. 17.8 of those dollars, 17.8 million of those dollars will be spent on operating costs. And $154,000 on salaries and benefits. What is that, 3 officers? That doesn't really make any sense, so that needs to be clarified. Camarillo has a crime rate lower than the California average and the national average. The average has been stagnant since 2003, with deviating years in 2010 and 2016, but that is not enough to skew the city average. Yet every year we increase the DCSD budget with no real results. 1.14% of crimes per 1,000 residents in Camarillo are violent crimes, compared to the California state average of 4.47%. So that means 1 out of 875 people are affected by violent crimes in Camarillo, as opposed to the rest of California, where 1 out of 225 people are affected. And most of the crimes in Camarillo are petty theft, auto theft, property theft, and it is proven that police patrols are not preventing any of these crimes from occurring. So they're only responding after the fact. The police are reactionary, not preventative. So Camarillo is wasting taxpayer money on a department that, for one, does not need the money, secondly, does not try to prevent any crimes, and thirdly, creates a hostile environment for Black and brown people.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comments.
Hello?
Hi, is this Robert Thomas?
Yes.
This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Wonderful. I know it's super late, and I'm not trying to keep everybody here. My name is Robert Thomas. I live in Camarillo, specifically District 1. First of all, I just want to say that to everybody out there saying all lives matter, this counter movement, if you want to call it, it really just started as a knee-jerk reaction to Black Lives Matter after the murder of Mike Brown in 2014. Nobody else was saying it before then. So to say all lives matter in the year 2020 is really just diminishing the fact that Black lives do matter. At this point in the movement, if you're not specifically saying Black Lives Matter, you're explicitly telling your constituents that Black lives do not matter in the city of Camarillo. For this reason, I do support the resolution. I'm making a statement saying specifically using the words Black Lives Matter. It boggles my mind that this is even up for debate at this point. If Black members of our community are advocating for this resolution, specifically stating that Black Lives Matter, then ignoring them is revealing the actual true colors of this city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next.
Hello.
Hi, is this Renee?
Yes, this is Renee.
This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Renee DeHessa. I am a citizen of Camarillo. I'm also a local attorney, and I am a member of the board of directors of the Women Lawyers of Ventura County. On behalf of our board and our membership of the Women Lawyers of Ventura County, we support the proposed resolution offered by Vice Mayor Santangelo and Council Member Sean Mulchay. We are writing to support that the Camarillo City Council, 1, support a proclamation that Black Lives Matter, and 2, review the Ventura County Sheriff's Office contract with the City of Camarillo. Ventura Women Lawyers' mission is to advocate on behalf of women and girls in society. In this, we find great purpose in fighting for our sisters who are also members of the Black community and the men and children of their families. Therefore, we join the effort to bring an end to systemic racism in our communities and confront the ongoing threats, violence, and inequality faced by the Black community. Black Lives Matter. This statement is valid in its own right. Other local cities, including Ventura and Oxnard, have made such proclamations. The realities of racism in our communities have been laid bare. To remain silent on this matter is to implicitly support the framework of white supremacy that is interwoven throughout the institutions of America. The murder of George Floyd has awakened Americans to the insidious ways in which systemic and institutionalized racism affects everything from home ownership and employment to health outcomes and police violence across America. Protesters have come out by the thousands in Camarillo and throughout Ventura County to advocate for change. As elected officials, you have the power to make real change in our community. Some of our members have attended those peaceful protests, and some of our members have acted as legal observers at them. We further ask that the Camarillo City Council review the Ventura County Sheriff's contract with the city immediately. It is the job of the City Council to oversee city spending and efficiency. This is particularly important now during a global pandemic that is devastating our community. For the last several years, approximately half the budget of the city of Camarillo was spent on policing, and it has not been reviewed by the council in many years. As lawyers, we are obligated to stand up against injustice when we see it, amplify voices that are demanding equity, and shine a light on wrongs that must be corrected. We are committed to promoting and fighting for equal rights and justice in Ventura County, and we hope that you will step up and join us. Sincerely, the women lawyers of Ventura County.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we hear from the next speaker, please?
Next, I'm going to call Kathleen Salisbury, Ted Nava, Leah Lopez, and then Ken Forsberg.
Hello.
Hi, is this Kathleen?
Yes, it is.
This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
My name is Kathleen Salisbury, and I'll begin by saying that I'm happy to live in this city, which is kept very safe by our Camarillo Police Department. This agenda item was listed as a racial equality and racial injustice resolution, and it was not listed on the agenda as a Black Lives Matter resolution. Unfortunately, that term has now become for most synonymous with an organization and political movement which has many goals and an agenda, including defunding the police, which are not supported by many in the Camarillo community. Black lives do matter. We still certainly do have racism in this country, but while it isn't currently politically correct to say all lives matter, if a resolution is needed at our city level, I believe it needs to be more general and inclusive and less divisive and support racial equality and justice for all. I would support the resolution put forward by Mayor Tremblay, but I do not support the resolution proposed by Ms. Santangelo. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we hear from the next speaker?
Hello.
Hi, is this Ted?
It is.
This is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Thank you. My name is Ted Nava, and I'm calling today to urge the Camarillo City Council to unequivocally support a proclamation that declares Black Lives Matter and to denounce the racist rhetoric of council members whose refusal to take this issue seriously is a powerful indication in and of itself that racial injustice is alive and well in our local halls of government. Additionally, I ask the Camarillo City Council to support a formal review of its exploitative and unaccountable contract with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office an institution that maintains a disturbing degree of influence in Camarillo and likewise communities across the county. This contract, which accounts for nearly half of the city budget, has not come up for annual review in the same way as every other municipal contract and has not been meaningfully updated in at least 40 years. To this effect, I encourage the creation of a community-based forum for the mutual education of the public and the elected officials responsible for overseeing these contracts. This is a task you are still responsible for, no matter how many calls you take tonight from those with an opposing viewpoint. Now is the time for Camarillo to join with leader communities across the nation in voicing solidarity with our Black, Indigenous, and POC communities and developing new criteria and objectives for public safety that improve the quality of life for all, especially our most vulnerable. To do any less would be to remain complicit in supporting the systemic racism destroying our community. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice. Your call has been forwarded to an...
That concludes my list of speakers.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeffrey. What I indicated earlier is what we'll stay with. I indicated that when public comments were completed, then the item would come back to the council for additional questions, discussion, and deliberation. Who would like to begin?
Mr. Tremblay, may I make a comment before we start, please?
Mr. Kildee.
First of all, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, if I may take a few minutes in attempt to understand what we're about to deliberate on. I'd like to ask for three things to be considered as the council starts our very important deliberations on this very important subject. Number one, what is our intent? During my lengthy service to the city, that has always been an overriding question, and that must be part of any deliberations that we're about to start. Number two, is this an issue that affects Camarillo, California? This city is our elected responsibility, and we have the responsibility to our constituents. Number three, I'd like all the council to take this into consideration, please. How will this be perceived by any future council? Let's say 10 years from now, how will this be perceived? This document may be in place for a long time, and whatever we do, we need to be very clear. I will also have comments as we proceed. We have all been invited to take part in this very lengthy and important discussion. And I look forward to a meaningful dialogue as we continue to do what we were elected to do, and that's the people's business of Camarillo. Those are my comments, and
Thank Mr. Kildee, you're on mute. But I think
those are my comments as we start deliberations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Who would like to speak next? Mrs. Craven.
Okay, I'll speak. Excuse me. First of all, I apologize to everybody whom I offended by using the word Oreo a couple of weeks ago. I did not mean it in a derogatory way. I did not mean to offend anybody, and I will not use the term again. As far as I've been jotting notes down here, and so be with me while I go from number 1 to number 2 to number 3 to number 4, because they're not necessarily in order. I agree with the statements that we need compassion, we need transparency, and I certainly think we have transparency in our deliberations. We need social equality, racial equity. I wish I'd written clearer. I agree with all of those statements. I know that the public speakers spoke on both items, but I'm gathering that we're only going to be talking about the resolutions right now, and we'll talk about the police items later. So I'll address those things later. 2 weeks ago, I said that I could support a statement that the lives of Black people matter, the lives of brown people or Hispanic people matter, and all other lives matter. I note and I understand that this is to say that Black lives matter, but Hispanic people are the largest minority in our community. And I still find it objectionable that that was not stated, that they are, I guess, included in a multitude of other ethnicities. I find it, it's hard for me to support something. Let me start that sentence again. I think it's a shame that there are two organizations or two movements, a movement and an organization with the same name. It's a shame because both claim the title or the name Black Lives Matter. If we endorse this, there are a whole lot of people who are going to read it that we endorse the Black Lives Matter organization. Personally, I don't. And so I cannot support the resolution. I'm talking right now to the first resolution. I cannot support that resolution.
Okay.
Would you like me to go, Mr. Mayor?
I should have looked up. Mr. Kildee, you want to be recognized again?
Yes. We've had a very robust discussion here. And it pains me to see that Camarillo is so divided on this. It pains me to see what happens to Black people in this country. It pains me to see what happens to Hispanics in this country. It pains me to see when white males come and tell me because I'm over 60, I can't find a job. It pains me when people come and say, Mr. Kildee, I'd love to live in Camarillo, but the housing costs are too high. I'm not able to live here. I can't afford it. And I tell them, if I had to buy a house in Camarillo at this time, I couldn't afford to own one either. I feel for them. We need to heal. We need to start the healing process here. It's great movie, Remember the Titans. And he goes over to World War II in Gettysburg. Brother against brother. Uncle against uncle. It's a football movie. If we don't come together, we're going to end up just like them. So we need to start this healing process here. How do we do it? How do we start that? As a council member, I can't and I won't decide who I represent. I treat everybody the same. I don't care where you live. I don't care what you do. I don't care your color, your skin. It makes absolutely no difference whether you voted for me or not. It is completely irrelevant. We have a rich Hispanic heritage here that I'm extremely proud of. Inclusive, supports everybody. I also believe the sanctity and well-being of every life. Every life matters here. I'm appalled at what happened to George Floyd and too many others. The list is long. It's got to stop. It's got to stop, everybody. At least we ought to be able to agree to that. Unfortunately, Black Lives Matter has been kind of muddled into whether it's a political organization or just a movement, and that's really, really unfortunate here. But as an elected official of Camarillo, California, I cannot single out any one group that I will represent. I will represent everybody to the best of my abilities and will not pick and choose anybody. Everybody is equal in my book. So let's talk a little bit about the Santangelo and the Molche resolutions. I think they're really, really close to each other, very close to each other, with the one distinction, and that's where the Black Lives Matter. I support black people. All of us are friends with black people. I have several black customers. I've been to schools where I've developed very close relationships with not only black peoples, but any person of color here. America is a melting pot, and I'm darn proud of that. I think that is a strength and not a weakness here. But to single out one group of people in a resolution as an elected official of Camarillo, California, I'm uncomfortable with that. So I think we need to have a discussion here. We need to talk about what we can support, what we can't support. And it seems to me that Mr. Tremblay's resolution hits that mark closer than anybody else's does at this particular point. Black people matter. Everybody matters in this game. And I look forward to the day that Camarillo can heal. Everyone can feel comfortable not only living and working, but visiting here. And perhaps what we've gone through tonight will make our city stronger, more equitable, open, diverse, and prosperous. And those are my comments.
Mr. Molche.
I'm not known for my brevity, but I'm going to keep it brief. I think it's possible and it's important to draw a distinction between offering a moral statement of fact and a is endorsement of a political organization. It seems like all 5 of us here can make that distinction. For a lot of people in the community that I've spoken to, a lot of people who have emailed, and they had an aversion, they took issue with the phrase Black Lives Matter. And I wrote them back, and I explained the purpose of the resolution and how that phrase is being used. And most of them wrote back and said, I really appreciate that. I understand. They're able to draw the distinction when I explain it. In many cases, it doesn't make them feel all that much more it doesn't necessarily put them at ease. They still have an aversion or apprehension towards that statement, but they understand the distinction and how it's being used. And I think that's important, because it's our job as a council to practice intellectual honesty, and it's important that we transcend the optics of something in a statement and realize its higher moral purpose. It's our job to be leaders, and sometimes, as Tony likes to put it, you crawl out on your branch and someone may come behind you and saw it off. But sometimes we got to put ourselves out there, and I understand we put ourselves out there to criticism and misrepresentations and mischaracterizations of what our true intent is. But in our heart to heart, we know what our intent is, and the intent is good. The intent is honest. And that's at the end of the day, that's what I kind of go back to. I understand that for a lot of people, it doesn't play that way. But in my heart of hearts, I know what the intent is. I know what the purpose is. And it's not to cause division. It's not to be divisive. But it's there to try to create healing where healing is most needed. And right now, there's a segment of our community where healing is very much needed. They want reassurances, and I'm not just talking about the Black population of Camarillo, but that of again all the communities that we've mentioned here, the Black community, and albeit we don't name each one out individually, but other ethnicities, communities of color, and LGBTQ plus communities. For me, it's a little personal too, because I have a member of my family. I have a very extended family, for anyone who doesn't know. But I have a member of my family that belongs to just about, it belongs broadly to every single one of these groups. They're represented in my family. We're very broad. We have a very, and it's getting wider and bigger, but we have a very biracial family, and I'm proud of that. And I don't treat them any differently for the color of their skin or their ethnicity and and I just think when we look at this, that's how I approach this. I'm just trying to be honest. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be moral. I understand the politics people perceive this to carry, and we got to transcend that. We have to say there's a greater moral good in supporting something like this, and saying that as a moral fact, that Black Lives Matter. And in all honesty, the politics be damned, because that's not what this is about. It's more important than that. But that's where I'm coming from. And all the rest of the comments I offered earlier still stand.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So, I am pretty well known for being blunt, and
I'll start over. One of the whereases in our resolution says that the city of Camarillo understands that change occurs notwithstanding in moments of comfort and convenience, but when standing in times of discomfort and conflict. And that's what this moment is. I have heard talk about uniting the divide, that we need to bring people together and it feels like appeasing everybody. But I'm trying to decide who are we trying to bring together? Everybody? I've only been in office a year and a half, but I've figured out pretty quickly there is no way to please everybody. So I am under no if we choose one or the other resolution, that neither one of them are going to unite. What will unite is our actions and how we put this into action. But choosing one of these, Mr. Trembley's or Sean and my, is not going to unite people. But the conundrum of the majority rule, if you want to call it, democracy, but as a leader in this community, when I think, well, the easy way to do it is see what most people want. Well, we could just get a taste of what most people want. I think we got a pretty large taste this time. 1,200 plus emails is a lot. So if you want to do it that way, just simple majority, it's clear to me. But beyond that, I think about our community, which only has 1.6% Black people. And I think about who we're trying to ease the discomfort for by not saying Black Lives Matter. By being worried that somebody else is going to make this connection about, oh my God, it's Marxism and communism or whatever ism you want to throw out there, when we are clearly saying that that's not what the intent of this is. And it's not written in that way. And so I'm thinking to myself, we are clearly in this moment, it sounds like, trying to just appease the majority. That's systemic racism, right there. And no, I'm not calling y'all racist, or anybody who called in, or anybody who emailed, but I am saying that we are part of a system that doesn't allow us to take care of our minority population. And yes, I'm a leader and I am elected to represent everybody in this town. And there are times that I will use my position to speak out louder for minorities and minority groups. Because by definition, they have less of a voice. I'll be sad, frankly. I think leadership and this, what we have gone through as a council, has taught me a lot about courage. And I think that the only way that we are going to make a difference with racism is by being courageous and by being bold and by leading. And leading just doesn't mean just doing the thing that makes everybody calm down. Sometimes it means pushing it and pushing those limits and pushing us into discomfort. Racism is discomfort. Owning our own racial biases is uncomfortable. But we don't get better unless we're uncomfortable. Because we stay in that comfort zone, there's no reason to change. There's no reason to make things better. So I'm choosing to lead by pushing us all. I'm choosing to lead by embracing that discomfort so that I keep pushing to make it better. And I hope you will as well.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Any other comments from council members? I'll just indicate for myself that my prior remarks speak for themselves, and I have nothing further to add at this point.
Your Honor?
Mrs. Craven.
Yeah, I meant to say this a while ago. First of all, I'm not a racist. I know several people said I was, and people have felt I am. People who said that don't know me. And I won't go into a long history of why I think I'm not a racist, but it started in 1957 when I took a stand at the age of 13. And for those who do believe I'm a racist, I would love to sit down and talk to you personally for a while and discuss it. You may go away still feeling I'm a racist, but I'd like to tell you other things. As for saying we know what we mean, I think there is a big gap often. A lot of times we write things, we know what it means now, we can discuss it, but in 5, 10 years, and we do this with ordinances, we do this with policies, we mean to write something, but in the future they don't have any idea what we were talking about because terminology's changed and things have changed. And that's what happened. But I'd like to remind you of what happened maybe 2 years ago, right about now. We had another discussion similar to this, and we had a lot of people in. When one council member wanted to take up the issue of sanctuary city. And I'm bringing this up because we have council members on both sides of this issue, meaning we have people looking at 2 resolutions. And in any case, we're going to have people who are unhappy. But at that night, about half of the council chambers were on one side of the sanctuary city item, and the other half were on the other side of it. And in the end, we decided to not take any action. And some people say if you make everybody unhappy, you did the right thing. So that night, we made everybody unhappy. So I don't know if that is a solution, if council members cannot live with, if you have to adopt one or the other, or the alternate is to simply not adopt either one. And I'm just putting that out there.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a statement?
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I think as the public can see that we have 5 council members that are very passionate about certain subjects. And let me say this, that I'm very proud of this council. I think it's great that every council member has the courage intestinal fortitude to stand up for what they feel is right. That's being an effective council member here. We may not always agree with one another's, but like I've said for years, we agree to disagree agreeably. That's what's important here. that is what this nation needs to do, is to have a dialogue where people do not point fingers at other people that they don't agree with. Talk things through. That's what this council is doing tonight. That's what previous councils have done. I've always said I stand on the shoulder of giants. Those that came before me, to a large extent, has made the city what it is. And we can have passionate discussions like we've had tonight here. Important. Do the public good. Serve our constituents. Take testimony. Even in uncomfortable issues that we've dealt with through the last 3 to 4 years here. A lot of really uncomfortable decisions that this council's had to make, and we will continue to make them. They're not going to stop tonight. So, where are we? We're here trying to do the best we can in a delicate subject here. We have 2 resolutions before us. I really think we ought to start a dialogue and really talk about both resolutions. I know we've had a long, long night here, but let's try to tie the loop up here and see where we want to go. And I'm ready, willing, and able to start that dialogue, but I'll wait and see if somebody else wants to jump in as well.
Well, I think going back to our earlier Madam Vice Mayor, if I interrupted you, I apologize. I wasn't sure if you wanted to be recognized or not. I was simply going to, no, I actually want to say 2 things. First, that I thank Mr. Kildee for his remarks. I agree with him that, and I reiterate that during the last couple of years, this council has worked very well together, and that we have had excellent discussions, and that we can disagree on matters. We've worked together well, and we can disagree on matters without being disagreeable. And I think that's an extremely important quality for a city council and for our governance. Secondly, at the beginning of our conversation in terms of process tonight, I know that I indicated to the Vice Mayor that I had no objection to having a motion heard first on hers and Councilmember Molche's resolution. If you wanted to proceed with that at this time, that's fine, but I just wanted to reaffirm that. Again, I had no objection to that, if you would like to do that. I'm not pushing for it in the event that we may need to have some more discussion, but I thought I would put that out there.
I don't know if I have more to say, quite honestly. I mean, I don't, I spoke a while. So I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the resolution. How do we differentiate? Written by Mr. Molche and I.
You can do it in the title.
Is it a different title?
There are different titles.
Thank you. That we adopt the resolution, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Camarillo committing to supporting racial equality and denouncing racial injustice.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
No.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
No.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
No.
That motion fails 3-2.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
I didn't see a whole lot of heads nodding when I said we could do nothing, so I'm assuming people are not in favor of that one. I will make a motion, excuse me, to adopt a resolution of the City of Camarillo supporting the city's commitment to racial equality, due process, and equal protection under law.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second on that resolution. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
I'll say yes with a comment afterwards.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
No.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries 4-1.
Mr. Molche, did you want to be recognized?
I do. So I want to clarify my vote as well. I'm deeply unhappy that the initial, the resolution that I helped co-write with the Vice Mayor did not pass. I honestly think it's a mistake. And the only reason I will support the resolution is because in my mind, it's better than nothing. But I kind of do so begrudgingly because I don't think it goes far enough and specific enough. That's that. I'll always stand opposed to racial inequality, prejudice, and racism. But I don't want that to be misconstrued to think that we obviously could have done something better, I think.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Molche. That concludes that item. We have one additional item. Let me inquire of everybody. Do you want a short break before we go to the last item, or do you want to go right into it?
I'd like to have a short break, if you would, Mr. Mayor.
That okay with everyone? All right. Without objection, it's now 11:48. Why don't we come back? Should we do a 10-minute break or a 12-minute break? Come back right at midnight?
How about a 12-minute break?
We'll do a 12-minute break and be back at midnight. Thank you. We're in recess. Okay, I see all, it's now 12:01. I see all council members and Mr. Ramirez back. And we're back on the air, Jeffrey?
I believe so.
All right, very well, thank you. That brings us then to item 19C, process for Ventura County Sheriff's Office, presentation of law enforcement services contract policies and procedures. Mr. Ramirez or Ms. Nichols?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Nichols is going to handle this, and Commander Tennyson is also available to assist.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, at the June 24th Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to provide a proposal on a process in which the Ventura County Sheriff's Office can provide information to the City Council and the community on items related to the Law Enforcement Services Agreement, including operations, policies, and procedures. Staff recommendation begins with an educational opportunity for the Council and the community as a comprehensive overview on policies and procedures. This presentation will include recruitment, hiring, and training, force tactics, use of force, and de-escalation, discrimination and bias-based policing, reporting, accountability, and the complaint process. The presentation will also provide an overview of operations and budget, including police services and minimum staffing levels that are provided under the contract, and special units and assignments, including community programs. With this information, City Council can then provide direction to staff on what areas they want to further focus, allowing staff to plan and present a path forward, which can include a variety of approaches, from community conversations to committee meetings to presentations or staff reports at regular or special council meetings. Tonight, Council is seeking your approval on a presentation brought to you during this month. We're shooting for it towards the end of the month to your direction. We can begin that process then with a presentation, and Commander Tennyson would be providing that presentation for the City Council. Because of the because of the restrictions currently to COVID-19, the presentation would be done as is tonight's meeting, although it would be a special meeting. It would be done under the Zoom environment. So again, the presentation is a very comprehensive and an overview of the areas that Council wish to get further education on, further information, and then we can provide some steps forward.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Do we have questions for Ms. Nichols? Mr. Mulchay.
I have questions and kind of a general discussion. I mean, this is obviously, the reason we have this on the agenda is so that we can discuss a little bit more thoroughly what we're looking for.
I agree with that.
Coverage.
Sure, let's do questions and general discussion together.
Okay.
Any objection from council? Hearing none. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mulchay. Thank you.
Okay, I'll lead off. Okay. I guess I'm going to reference a few things that we were given, that council was given on Monday. And I have questions, not that I'm looking for an answer today, right now, because I know I'm putting staff and or Commander Tennyson on the spot. These are just quick general questions that I would like maybe included in the presentation.
Actually, Mr. Mulchay, I apologize to you for interrupting you. I believe, though, that we do have a number of individuals.
Public comment.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Let's do that.
Remember that. So let me inquire of the city clerk. Madam City Clerk, we have about, I believe, around 10 or so members of the public who wish to comment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let me draw back a little bit, Mr. Mulchay. I think what we should do at this point is just to simply ask questions of staff, then go to public comment, and as typical, and then come back for our discussion and consideration of action. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, so keep going with the questions, and I apologize for interrupting you.
Okay, quick. I guess I'm looking more for affirmation then in some of my questions, but I'm going to ask them regardless. So to get quick backstory, we got council got several documents on Monday. This is the first time I've seen all these documents, and I've started reading through them. I did not have enough time to go through every single thing with a fine-tooth comb with everything else that we are discussing tonight. But my initial questions are this. It seems that in the span in which the city of Camarillo has contracted services with the Ventura County Sheriff, there have only ever been 2 contracts and or agreements. Is that, and should I be asking Carmen questions? I don't know, Carmen, are you? There have only been 2 contracts, one in 1965 and one dated in 1980. And the 1980 is the last contract, that last formal contract that we've had with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's this one here. I noticed, let me make some quick comments. A quick comment. I know we have an agreement, a 2000 agreement, or it looks like an amendment or an addition to an agreement. It references the lease, a 1995 lease for the facility that the city owns and currently leases the Ventura County Sheriff. But I didn't have a copy of the lease here. But I had a year 2000 addition that made reference to the lease, but I didn't have a lease. And then I had a further question. There is a memorandum. Looks like it went to the Board of Supervisors. This memorandum in regards to addendum to agreement for county to perform police oversight services functions for the city of Camarillo. Am I correct in assuming that this was just administratively signed and or approved? This never came to council, right? I know the copy that we got it looks like it only went to the county board of supervisors for their passage, but it never came to the city of Camarillo because.
That's right.
Right. Okay. And this is just a quick little observation. Although this is dated 2008, when it's making reference, it only actually references the July 1st, 1965 agreement, I'll call it a contract, but it makes no reference to the fact that there was a 1980 contract that superseded the 65 contract. It only makes reference to the 65 contract in the addendum. So it seems to be addending the 65 contract, but making absolutely no reference whatsoever to the 80 contract. I saw that as a discrepancy. And again, I had to pour over these pretty quick, and so I don't know if I'm missing something or not.
Well, Councilmember Moshe, part of the presentation will be to lay that out for the council. So you received some documents from the city, which you're calling out now. Our goal is to put that in an order and to explain then what the timelines are, what the history is, the explanation of that, so to bring it to current date, what's happened historically, where we're at now. So yeah, the part of the presentation will be an overview of that.
Okay, and then last 2 questions, and then I'll pass. I'll save everything else to my comment. The contract, again, what I'll call the agreement, or I'll call the contract, dated 1980, do we know that this contract came before the council in 1980 and was passed in 1980?
I would have to verify that. I have to confirm with our clerk.
Okay.
We can bring that up as part of the presentation.
And then the second question is, I assume that since 1980, and maybe Charlotte's even better, maybe Charlotte probably knows, that since 1980, I presume that this contract has not come back before the council since 1980.
The 1980 contract is signed by Mary Gale, who was mayor at the time. So I'm assuming it came to council, or it would have been signed by the city manager, as the later one was. It was only signed by Jerry Banks and the city manager. It did not come to us, the later one.
Yeah, the addendum.
The addendum, which involved cost.
Yeah, well, adding volunteers and whatnot.
Insurance purposes.
Yes, yeah, and liability and stuff. Yeah, but Charlotte, otherwise the 1980 contract hasn't been reviewed since then 1980, or since it came before the council, then I presume.
I'm trying to click this thing so I can talk. The The entire contract has not been, it has been reviewed twice, I believe, by council committees, but it never came back to the entire council to be reaffirmed or anything.
Sorry, last question, then I promise it'll be the last question. Do we know if the Ventura County Sheriff intends to enter into a new updated contract with with us in the near future? And have there been discussions about that?
The answer is yes. They are currently having discussions with the City of Thousand Oaks. Now, this agreement, it's really actually more of an agreement than a contract. It actually governs all of the contract cities within Ventura County, and currently they're working with the City of Thousand Oaks. From what I understand, and this is what I've been told, the other contract cities in Ventura County are waiting to see what the results of those discussions and negotiations are with the City of Thousand Oaks before moving forward. So it would most likely apply to all. I mean, that's how this agreement works, the General Services Agreement. So, yeah, but that is in the works.
Okay. All right. That was keep to my promise. That was all my questions.
No, you're good. Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Other questions? I wanted to raise one, actually, and my question is to Mr. Kildee. I think, Mr. Kildee, you mentioned at our last meeting that there had also been a review at least once by the City of Thousand Oaks as to whether or not it wanted to continue to retain the services of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department or consider potentially having their own municipal police force. Is that accurate? And if so, what do you remember what year that occurred?
Mr. Mayor, as I recall, yes, that was accurate. I believe, I don't have the exact year, I want to say some 10 years ago. It was a very thorough and comprehensive study on the cost. They're very serious about looking at the potential of this. Back then, it was decided that, well, it would be almost cost prohibitive for them to go out and provide police services themselves. Hence, they would need some help with some other cities, perhaps, that could join them. As you know, there's 4 cities, I believe, that the Ventura County Sheriff service. So it would be almost cost prohibitive, not cost prohibitive, for one city to do that on their own. So that's my recollection. I do not have a precise date, but I want to say it was some 10 years ago.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven, thank you, Mr. Kildee.
Let me ask Mr. Kildee, wasn't Mr. Liebman on the committee with you?
I don't recall who was on the committee.
I believe it was shortly after Dennis Gillette got onto the Thousand Oaks City Council.
Mr. Kildee, you got to unmute. There you go. Sorry.
I want to say it was sometime in the late 90s or early 2000.
And then my follow-up question to Kevin, to you or Charlotte is, then did one of the Camarillo City Council committee reviews occur concurrently with what the City of Thousand Oaks was doing? Was that how and it never came to the Camarillo City Council? I'm trying to see if there's a relationship between the two there.
It came to us as a recommendation to not pursue it from our committee.
Okay.
And I think our committee consisted of Mr. Kildee and Mr. Liebman.
Yeah, yes, I think that was a recommendation not to pursue that.
Okay. I realize this is old history, but I'm just trying to understand the context because I'm still new as well. So, okay. Let's see. Are there any other questions of Ms. Nichols or any questions of Commander Tennyson at this time before we go to public comment? All right, hearing none. Jeffrey, let's go to public comment if we can. And again, I will remind the individuals who are providing public comment to us that they are limited to 3 minutes and that we will move on to the next caller after the 3-minute mark is reached.
Hi, you've reached Eric Ruth with United Way of Ventura County.
The council chamber's on mute.
Mute? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. You're right.
Hey, this is Meadow. I'm not here right now. Leave a message.
Maybe we should, can they hear me?
They're dialing right now because I can hear it from my office.
Jeffrey, or someone in council chambers, if you can hear us, we're not able to hear the council chambers.
She's back up.
We were leaving us muted until we actually got somebody on the line so that you didn't have to suffer through.
Hello?
Hi, is this Thomas McCormick?
Yes, it is.
Hi, I apologize for the late hour, but I'm calling you from the council chambers. This is your opportunity to speak for 3 minutes if you'd like to address the council.
Hi, yeah. I wonder if I could actually cede my time to Meadow Crosby. Is a statement.
I just tried Meadow and I didn't get an answer.
Oh, yeah, but she's here right now.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead and state your name. You have 3 minutes.
The phone, and then I barely missed it.
Go ahead and speak.
All right. So yeah, my name's Meadow Crosby. I'm basically wanting to speak on. So this is item C.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. Basically, 42% of the city budget is going to the police, and I think that this money should be redistributed into community services like education and mental health outreach and things like that. In the case of the young man who called the police for suicide and was ended up killed by the hand of the very police that he called to help him. So, yeah, I would definitely like to see their contract renegotiated, and I would like to see the police defunded in a, strategic way where I think a lot of people get triggered by the word defund because they think, but it's like when we realize that we've been defunding education for years, I think people need to realize it's not like we're trying to erase the police out of existence. We're just trying to make it even so that schools have nurses and resources instead of a police. Because growing up, I had a police at my high school when I would have really liked to have a counselor or, some other outreaches there. And that is all I have to say, and thank you guys so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Yep.
Thank you. Jeffrey, may we hear from the next speaker?
Hello, thank you for calling.
Hi, is this Emma Bailey?
Yeah, this is Emma Bailey.
Hi, this is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so so much. I'm calling to demand a formal review of your $18 million contract with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office that eats 50% of your general fund during the pandemic. I will echo Kildee, Molche, and Sanchangelo in saying that I expect this contract to come up for review like every other contract that you belabor. I expect this contract to be held to the same cost-benefit analysis that you hold your tree trimming contracts to. Public safety is number one, right? No matter how many people call in support of law enforcement, council is still responsible for overseeing municipal contracts. No amount of public comment opposing contractual review will recuse you from this oversight responsibility. For the city manager to say that the sheriff's office is in the process of reviewing the contract for the Thousand Oaks City, is a stonewall. Since 2012, the sheriff has been called from the county to update its contracts. Ojai also has a contract from 1980. These contracts have not been updated, and every year they roll over and are increased because of the sheriff's unions. We need to have public forums for mutual education of the council and the people, not just presentations by the sheriff. We need the council and the sheriff to be involved into the review and renegotiation of the contracts. We need a space for public testimony about experiences with law enforcement, and we need to identify meaningful goals and criteria for positive outcomes in our public safety dollars. I cede my time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the next speaker, please?
She states the names because they're not, I don't hear her telling them to state the name.
Please bye. Leave me a message and I'll
I
get
did
back.
not hear the name on that last call. Thank you, Mrs. Craven.
Hello?
Hi, is this Chris Barton?
Yes.
Hi, Chris. I apologize for the late hour, but this is your opportunity to address the City Council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Chris Barton, Camarillo resident, and rather than talk about the fact that the BCSO contract hasn't had a meaningful review since 1980, I'd like to share a story. I have the best neighbors in the world. They're a loving family, husband and wife, and their adult son who lives with them because he has mental health needs. About 2 months ago, during COVID lockdown, I heard yelling from their home. It sounded like the son was having an episode. I tried to check in on them, but as I stepped out my front door, 3 Camarillo City police cars came screaming through the neighborhood at what had to have been at least 50 miles an hour. Another neighbor had called them. They screeched to a halt, and 3 officers hopped out of their vehicles, hands on their holsters. They looked like they were ready for war. I contend that this is the last thing that a family needs in time of mental health crisis. Intimidation, fear, and threat of death. Luckily, this story has a happy ending, but what if my neighbor had been aggressive? What if an officer had mistaken something for a weapon? What if his skin wasn't white? This is just one example of the many responsibilities that we burden our police with that should be handled by unarmed social services. We need to reallocate funds from the police into social programs so that the next time my neighbor has an episode, he isn't met by officers with guns. He is met with the trained mental health professional who can guide the family through the crisis with compassion and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we hear from the next speaker, please?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice. leave your message.
Hello?
Hi, is this David Lavanos?
This is him.
Hi, I apologize for the late hour, but this is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Can you start by stating your name?
Sure. My name is David Liavanos, and I'd like to thank everybody for having me on. I know it's late, but I'd just like to applaud the decision of the last resolution. That was a good call. And I'd like to say just review the contracts by all means for our Ventura County Sheriff, but by no means do anything remotely what would be considered as defunding the police or law enforcement. We need law enforcement. And if anything, we need to provide them more funding or anything that we can give them to effectively and efficiently do their job. And all I have to say is from the previous resolution where there were callers that stated that they were against the police and they wanted to defund, but they provided one telling statistic, and they said that the amount of funding that the Camarillo Police Department or Ventura County Sheriff, the high funds that they have or the funding that they receive leads to a low crime rate. And so think about that. Proper funding, low crime rate. That's what we want. So let's keep supporting our police, and don't forget, they want social workers, they want professionals to go into these neighborhoods with people who are mentally ill. Those social workers are not going to go into those neighborhoods without police protecting them. So that's where we need to concentrate our resources. So please keep the police funded, law enforcement, and let's back them and give them our support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May we hear from the next speaker, please?
Hello?
Hi, is this Ted Nava?
This is.
Hi, I apologize for the late hour, but this is the opportunity for you to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Ted Nava, and I would also like to say that Eric Fruth signed up to comment tonight and did not receive a call and would still like to. But yeah, his phone did not ring when you called.
I'll try again.
Thank you. I spoke to this issue once earlier. I wasn't sure I'd get 2 comments, but I'm happy to reiterate that I support a formal review of the City Council's contract with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, and I support the creation of community-based forums for mutual education of the public and the elected officials on this issue, and reallocation of funds to social services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have one more to go, Jeffrey?
Yes, I'll retry Eric. Oops.
I think we have one additional call.
Hello?
Hi, is this Eric?
This is Eric.
Hi, this is your opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
Hi, thank you. My name is Eric. My hometown is Camarillo. Before I start my comments, I just want to quickly say that Mayor Tremblay and council members Kilby and Craven are all cowards for not supporting a resolution that acknowledges our black neighbors' lives matter. By my count, there were more calls in support of Vice Mayor Santangelo and Councilmember Milche's resolution, about 17 to 13, pro versus against. So shame on you for not even acting in accordance with what your community called for tonight and ignoring what the black community asked you so earnestly to do. Camarillo allocates in fiscal year 2019-20, $18.1 million to police. I just want to let that settle for a second. $18.1 million to police. $18.1 million. To me, with my 28 years on this earth and my part-time job, $18.1 million is an unbelievably powerful amount of money. That amount of money could erase the student loan debt of over 700 people. It could pay for 10 educators' salaries for over a decade. It could triple the amount of housing vouchers dispersed to families in need in Camarillo. Camarillo wields that amount of money on an annual basis. So considering the extent to which that sum of money could change and impact people's lives, I would hope there is a rigorous process to confirm that allocating $18 million in the way it currently is really the optimal thing to do in our city. However, thanks to our own council members' admissions during the June 24th meeting, we know that there is no annual oversight over the allocation of that money. There is no rigorous process to review that 40-year-old contract. It's been handed over basically sight unseen without an itemized list of line items detailing what the city specifically pays for to VCSO, which has a failing grade from policescorecard.org. So, moving forward, Camarillo should expand the proposed presentation from VCSO on its contract with the city into a desperately needed, robust review process. The city should immediately conduct its review process and make all documents, discussions, and outputs from that process open and accessible to the public. That review process, and when determining the new contract with the results of the discussions occurring with Thousand Oaks, the city should specifically seek the input of representatives from Black and Brown communities that have been targeted by police brutality for years and have so clearly pointed this out about the severity of this issue. To not have a review process for the contract signed with VCSO is fiscal mismanagement and it's recklessness. It's recklessness that has come at the cost of our neighbors' lives, their livelihoods, and their well-being. Do better, Camarillo City Council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right. Thank you. Jeffrey, does that conclude our public comments?
That does.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Now let's turn it back to council for discussion.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
Yeah, I think, first of all, we need to make something clear. There are two different documents we deal with the sheriff's office. There's this agreement, which is not called a contract, it's called an agreement. And then there's the budget. Every year we go through the budget. As part of the city budget, we go through line by line, the same as we do with everything else. And we spent a total of, 15 hours going through our budgets this year, if I remember right. And a good part of that, was for our agreement or the Sheriff's Department budget. It's a section of our budget. And so people don't understand when they're saying, and we didn't make it clear, I'm not faulting anybody, it hasn't been made clear that we do go through the budget line by line when we go through all the rest of the budget. And so we do know what that money's spent for. That's my comment.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Madam Vice Mayor.
We go through the budget line by line, but we don't go through line by line what, I don't even know how to put it into words, what we're paying for. And I mean, the document that had the rate schedule, that was the first time I've seen that. So that's not something that we go through. Yeah, we go through the budget and we see how much goes out to VCSO. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you, Susan. All right, Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, let me attempt to shed a little light on this complex contract here. Well, number one, we don't set the rates. The county does. What we do is we negotiate levels of services here within Camarillo. We negotiate a level of service here. We decide how many sworn peace officers that we want on our force. And the county basically lets us know how much that will cost. Now, the beauty of that is we can add or we can even subtract if we want to, but the county is the one that actually negotiates and sets the rates here. We really don't get into that. They're county employees. They're not city employees. However, I do think it would be advantageous to us to learn more how the county and the Board of Supervisors invariably end up setting these rates. That is actually approved. The rates are negotiated in the county and approved by the County Board of Supervisors here. Also, I'd also like to see, and maybe Commander Tennyson can bring forward, how do you deal with mental health calls? I know when a call comes into the service, there's a bunch of code words that they use. And perhaps he can shed some light on how a mental health call will be dealt with. Perhaps Commander Tennyson could also let us and the public know the cost of putting an officer on the force here. Now, we know what the budget is. We can divide by the sworns, but I'm sure he's got a little bit more in depth of how much it costs to put a sworn officer on the streets of Camarillo. And thirdly, perhaps, again, getting into the way that the county budgets these rates here. I think those three items would go a long way. Again, I want to echo Mrs. Craven's. It's somewhat accurate, but it's somewhat not that we haven't looked at this contract for 30 years. We actually do it through the budget process for what we're able to negotiate and what we're not. Again, they're county employees. The county does most of the budgeting per se on the cost, and we decide a level of service. So hopefully that adds a little bit of, sheds a little light to the conversation.
Your Honor, just to explain what I was talking about, our budget back in the backup materials had green pages and white pages. And when you got to the white pages on page 16, we went through this along with everything else. It talks about the cost for administration, patrol, traffic, detective services, special enforcement detail, community resources, and it goes on and on. It's all here, and we looked at it.
All right. Is there additional, Mr. Moshe?
I had a few things I wanted to add to the discussion or the presentation that I'm kind of curious about. And if Commander Tennyson's giving the presentation, then I'll let him kind of address each of these things within the presentation as he sees fit. When it comes to report, I'm going off the bullet points on big page 1 on the agenda report. Under the first set of bullet points, under reporting, I'm curious as to what, I guess there's a question, what does reporting mean? And I'm curious to just internally, what kind of metrics and or KPIs, key performance indicators, does the sheriff department use in kind of judging, internally whether they are, quote unquote, doing a good job or not, or they're being effective or not. I'm curious if there are those. What sets of measurements do they use to determine whether they? I'm just restating the same thing I just stated. It's getting late. I'm sorry, but just how you assess, how they assess their work essentially. I'm curious as to those. I'm also curious under the second set of bullet points, trends in policing. I would like the presentation to be, to the extent the commander can, be kind of forward-looking and addressing what he sees as law enforcement's biggest obstacles moving forward. I know it's hard. None of us have a crystal ball, but I know that every profession has some sort of, their eye on certain things as they see are going to be either emerging trends and or concerns that they may have in terms of allowances in being effective and efficient. To that end, I'm also kind of curious And it's anyone's guess what the true economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic is going to be. You know, we've talked about it rather extensively within our discussion for the budget for 2021. But I'm curious if the Ventura County Sheriff has if they have any thoughts as to how potential fallout and repercussions from COVID-19 may impact either crime or how they have to approach crime. Obviously, if it's going to, as some people start speculating, it may have a tremendous increase in homelessness as a result. Once orders are lifted and rents and mortgages come due, and in some cases, I'm sure litigation and or evictions may follow, depending on unless legislation is passed or things are done. But if in fact Camarillo and our neighboring communities see a groundswell in homelessness, how do we anticipate addressing that issue? I think it's a legitimate concern, and I'd like to know that we're forward looking in trying to predict to the best of our ability these potential trends and or tsunamis that are coming at us, and that obviously is the big one. That's top of mind for me. And then there's been some questions in the community in both, and it's not clear to me here in reading the documents I've been given, but how, and we talked about it just briefly, how the relationships between City of Camarillo and the school districts and the resource officers versus and the City of Camarillo, and the fact that we also patrol parts of the county from Camarillo as well. And I know that we are kind of a pass-through for like the school resource officers in large way. We're a pass-through for that. But I would like to understand that whole relationship and have some light shine on that, because I don't truly understand it. Charlotte, I know you have a better grasp and understanding when you spoke to that at one of our last meetings a little bit. That's something if the commander can educate us a little bit more on that and how that works, then I would greatly appreciate it. And those are, in addition to the ones that are already listed, those are kind of additional questions I would have. And I'm sorry, I'm going to add one more off the top of my head. When it comes to, and I see the contracted rates as we were given here, I presume that these contractor rates are all inclusive in that they include obviously the salary to the respective officer or staff member, and along with they cover the benefits and everything else. I saw the extended rates for say Camarillo, and I noticed that it came to 16.6 in what we were given here. Obviously, there's a difference between 16.6 and 18.1. So I'm curious as to what that bridge is, whether those are capital expenditures, whether that's special units, that's money that's going for like the special crime unit, the things that are shared amongst all the different municipalities that contract with Ventura County Sheriff. That's what my guess is, but that's just my guess. And so I'm curious as to that as well. So where we can understand the expenses that we directly incur versus the expenses in which we help subsidize as just one municipality amongst a whole bunch of municipalities, I'd like to really understand that. That's kind of broken up here in special units and assignments. I assume it'll fall under that, but I just kind of wanted to raise that because that was kind of a question off the top of my head.
Thank you, Sean. Susan?
Yeah, quickly. Sean stole some of the things I wanted to know more about. But I'm wondering if I don't even know what the terminology is, but how is service level determined? Or is it like population based? Like, are there industry standards for how many officers, detectives, all the other things on the rate schedule? And So, yeah, I just want some understanding about how those things are determined, what the industry standards for determining that, or if that's a choice up to us, or how that exactly works.
Other questions? I think a couple of things I was going to raise, I think have been already indicated by others. Mr. Kildee, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was also wondering if Commander Tennyson could also perhaps bring up whether or not he's fairly new as a commander. So when he came into this position, if he looked for any cost savings in the budget as well, and perhaps he could shed some light on that, if in fact that was the case.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mrs. Craven?
Yeah, I had one thing I wanted to ask, and then I'd like to talk about when we're going to have it and the manner in which we're going to have it. But if we're going to talk about this, I would like the report to include the number of sworn officers we contract for per 1,000 population, and compare that with our crime rate. Compare that with the number of sworn officers other cities in the county have per 1,000 population, and then compare the crime rates in the other cities in the county with Camarillo.
Okay. I think a few of you had suggestions where I was going to go to, so you've already covered it. All right. Any other additional topics that we would like Commander Tennyson to cover? All right. Hearing none, and certainly everybody can reserve their rights for later in the conversation, why don't we turn to process and scheduling and those kinds of things. Ms. Nichols, were you looking for us to provide you with a date this evening, or is that something that you can have staff poll us on?
Yeah, that is something that we would want to contact you with. Commander Tennyson has begun working on this already. In fact, there are some documents that he's also provided to the council in the past, explaining some of the questions and issues that have come to him over the last several weeks. But we're going to be putting that all together in a very comprehensive presentation. But given the additional information, and this has been a very helpful discussion, but given this additional information, I think I was a little ambitious here, hoping that we could get this a meeting scheduled and get it done in July. So what I'd like to do is not talk about setting a date tonight, but evaluating that with Commander Tennyson based on the comments we received tonight and the additional requests for information, and then also talk to our city manager, Mr. Ramirez, and at that point then schedule a special meeting with the city council. So while I was hoping that we could get this done in July, I think I need to discuss this with Commander Tennyson and our city manager before we can commit to that. But yes, the process. We'd like to come back and provide an overview and a presentation, at which point then after you receive this information, you may have further direction, and there may be some items that we break up. If there's further discussion or further information needed, we can break them up in different ways, but we would like to be able to provide you that educational presentation first.
All right. Do any members have any issue with what Ms. Nichols has outlined, both in terms of timing and process?
I'd just like to say that I'm happy it will be later. We were told that we would not be Zooming after our August meeting, and I think it's good to have the public in. And in the first place, it goes a lot faster if they want to talk to us than by calling them on the phone. And in the second place, I think it's just good to be where the public is, and I'd be happy to have it later.
Now, speaking for myself, I'm really hopeful that we'll be back in August in chambers and can figure out a way to do that, because public access and transparency will be a lot greater at at that point. I think it's also important to reaffirm too that it's the city council that this presentation is being made to, and it's the city council that is reviewing the contract and the policies and procedures, et cetera. So it all goes through the council, and I think it's something that you indicated, I think, at the last meeting, Mrs. Craven, that I took note of, and I agree with that. All right. Do we have enough right now, Ms. Nichols?
Yes, thank you.
More than enough to keep Commander Tennyson and staff busy? All right. Any other discussion on this item? All right, Ms. Nichols, thank you very much. That brings us to, I think we have just one more item on the agenda, which is under item 13, which is on new business or communications. I think anybody know whether or not, I don't think I skipped over anything. I think we're good. Right, all right, so it's just item 13 left, new business or communications. Is there anything from the city manager?
Not at this time, Mayor.
And at the risk of being repetitive, welcome aboard again, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Thank you, and Ms. Nichols, thank you for all of your work over the past several weeks as well. Mr. Pierrick.
I have no answers tonight. No.
No? Okay. All right, City Council, who'd like to start? Mr. Moffett.
All right, I'll be quick. I did not attend any public meetings since our last council meeting, so I don't have anything to report on that. I've otherwise been really busy nonetheless, answering calls, emails, social media posts, everything else. Sorry, I just have to add this. I would suggest that we invest in an auto dialer for Jeffrey, so she's not having to dial 60 phone numbers. Her index finger must be hurting. I have one thing for staff, and I kind of just want to throw it out there. I kind of already know the answer to this, but SCE, Southern California Edison, does have an LED lighting upgrade program, whereas they retrofit the SCE owned streetlights, say the ones in Camarillo. Most of those are owned by Edison, but the city pays the electricity to light those streetlights. So they do have a program right now. There's been some stuff in the news, and we've gotten a few emails in regards to that, into looking into it. It's my understanding that they have, and I don't fully understand the program myself, but they have some methods either to finance or subsidize the capital costs of retrofitting the streetlights with LEDs, and that there may be a potential savings anywhere between, from rough numbers, maybe $50,000 to $100,000 a year. But it is my understanding that staff is aware of this already, and they are. I spoke to Carmen about it, and they're already kind of doing their due diligence in researching that. Carmen, I know I'm putting you on the spot. When do you anticipate coming back? Because I think it was staff's intention to bring something to council in regards to this, depends upon the numbers and how they work out and due diligence you guys are doing. Do you guys have an idea as to when you might be bringing something to council?
Yes, we're targeting the next council meeting. There's some information that we want to confirm and verify with regard to potential savings that will be used to pay the capital costs on a conversion. So we're looking at that, and hopefully by July 22nd. I don't see us having to go further than that, so we're pushing for the next meeting.
Okay. Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you. I appreciate you. The staff was already kind of on it already when I inquired about it. But seeing that I've gotten contacted by a few community members, I wanted to let them know that, just put it out there in the public domain. And that is pretty much it. That's all I got.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
I'll do it.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, meetings attended. I did have a VRSD meeting. A couple of things. I don't typically talk about my council members, but I'm gonna feel indulge me just for a few minutes. I've served with Councilmember Craven for 24 years, and you can call Charlotte a lot of things, but you ought not to call her a racist. She has been a leader in the community for over 30 years. She's a leader in affordable housing. She is, I want to say, solely responsible. It had a lot to say about previous councils and this current council of highly supporting affordable housing here so we could be inclusive. We can be a community of diversity of many different income levels, and she's been a real leader in that. Charlotte, I'm not sure if I would have picked the choice of words you did, but hey, we can debate that, and I understand where you got that in the dictionary. Ms. Santangelo is a very bright, thoughtful person. She's very passionate about issues, and I have a high degree of respect for that. Mr. Mulchay brings a level of business acumen to the council that we have now. As our mayor likes to say, he likes to dive into the weeds, especially on economic issues, and I respect that. And I will vouch that I will continue to work as close as I can with this council, so we will continue to do the people's business here. I'm going to end by saying COVID is serious. It's serious here. Let's do what we can do. I know that it's an inconvenience to wear a mask and to be washing your hands as many times as we're doing it and practicing the social distancing, and I know I have a vested interest, but I don't want to see businesses close again. Let's do our part to the best of our ability the next 2 to 3 weeks, perhaps a month, who knows, of making sure within our power that we can make sure that we don't have to revisit that issue again. I know it's a burden. I get that. I understand the free will and the free spirit. We all have that, but this is serious. I know people that have had it. You don't want to get it. So let's do at least what we can do in our power to make that not happen. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. Who would like to go next? Susan?
I also did not attend any meetings, and I'm just going to piggyback right off of Mr. Kildee. COVID is real. Numbers are not great, and please wear your masks, wash your hands. I agree. I don't want to have to shut things down. Not that I'm shutting them down, but I don't want us to have to go through that. I want our businesses to be open. I want schools to open, please. I want all of this to be open and available. And the more we wear our masks, the more we stay home as much as we can, the more we wash our hands, the faster and safer that can happen. So let's hold together. I need to say a few things. This has been an interesting couple of weeks for me, and one of the things I was really, really proud of and really happy about was how this council worked together. And I felt that even though we didn't always agree on what we did or how we voted, and that we have different perspectives, that we respected each other, got along well, and had discussions and deliberations that were worthwhile. And I kind of felt like that was undermined. And Mrs. Craven, I'm sorry, but I really, and I stick to my words, I think you mischaracterized the things that we had spoken about. I consider this a deliberative body. I think a lot of people in the public need to understand that we don't talk about this stuff any other place. If we're trying to deal with an issue or hammer things out or find a path forward, I'm counting on all of us to come in with our different perspectives and different ideas and throw it all out there. I think that the best decisions and the best ideas, the best solutions that a group gets to are because we're willing to be open and share and talk and discuss and deliberate. And if I'm afraid that every time I say something, it's going to be misconstrued and end up scaring the dickens out of our town, then I'm afraid that we're not going to be as willing and open to deliberate honestly and open. So I have opinions. I'm stubborn. I'm a strong woman, and I'm passionate about things, and I will continue to do that. And I know that comes with a price, and I'm willing to take that. The hard part is when I feel like a colleague has misrepresented what I said, and I'm going to leave it at that. I want us to be a group that trusts each other, and that it works well together. And if there's ever a question about my intentions, I would hope that I would just be asked. And I'll do the same for you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Craven?
Let me start out by saying, just in case anybody doesn't know, that I did not send that message I sent to the, can't call it a newspaper, the online paper, Citizens Journal. I went home and I was frustrated that night, and I'm not sure what time we finished. It must have been early because I looked today and it was at, I think, 12:07 that I sent a message to 5 friends. Now, I'm sure all of you talk to your supporters and friends too, but I sent it 5. They were automatically bounced back to me for some reason, so I sent them again within the same minute. And then about 25 minutes later, I forwarded it to 5 more friends. That's who I sent that to. It got forwarded and ended up with the editor of the online paper calling and saying, somebody sent this to me. I would like to print it, but I will not print it with your name on it if you did not write it. So I said, well, send it to me. And she sent it to me, and I said, yes, I did write that, and it has not been changed from where I sent. So she said, okay, I'm going to put it in, and that was her right. It was sent to her, and I gave her credit for verifying with me that what I had written, what she was going to print in my name was what she had written. If I misunderstood what you said, I don't know what to say, because I went back a couple days later and listened again. And it appeared to me that you defined defunding the police as not not taking all the money away from the police, but strategically reallocating funds is one of the terms you used, and the other term you used was shifting funds from the police department to social services, and then I don't know what they are right here. I don't have it with me, but there were several services you listed, different kinds of counselors and such as some of the people have stated here tonight. I thought that's what I was putting in that message. And let's just leave it at that. On another note, I attended 2 Zoom meetings. One was the CASA State Legislative Committee, and the other was the Contract Cities Legislative Committee. I also did not attend the RDP meeting because it was canceled, because it's usually held at the Government Center. This meeting has between 30 to 50 people at it, and it doesn't work for RDP to have that meeting in that way. And besides, none of the military could attend because they do not allow Zooming on the military base, or at least on the Navy base. I don't know about the Air Force base, the Air Guard base. And the final thing I have to talk about is an article that was way back on page 15 of the Camarillo Acorn. And it talks about Mini of Camarillo driving off the lot. Mini of Camarillo is closing, which is sad news for people who bought a Mini there and had it serviced there. But the point of what I'm saying is Mr. Thomas described in detail how he pleaded with the council to allow that building to be built, even though it's in the heritage zone, and that building did not meet any criteria. But the council caved and allowed that building to be built, and now we're stuck with a sore thumb. And I said that at the time. I voted against it, but we're going to have it with a sore thumb. So if it ever comes up to change uses for that thing, I would hope that we have some requirements to make it go back to where it fits in with the heritage zone thing. And I don't mean putting another car dealership in there. Obviously, Mr. Thomas is moving his used car business over there. But if it ever comes up again to be something else, I would hope that we would look at that building and say, it's got to come back into the constraints of what we have for the heritage zone. That's all I have.
All right, well, last segment falls to me. I did have 2 meetings since we last met on June 26th and June 30. For the Metrolink Board of Directors, I had an ad hoc fuel hedging committee, and it's actually a very challenging assignment. Metrolink, as other major transit agencies, spends millions of dollars each year on fuel hedging, and the whole question is the instruments that are used, forward futures versus swaps, et cetera, and the fuel hedging committee is going through that in a great level of detail. So that's been a particularly challenging assignment, and we started about a month ago, and we've got, or maybe 3-4 weeks ago, and we've got about another month or 2 to go as well on that. I want to agree and thank both Kevin and Susan for their comments on COVID-19. I don't want to go back to late March, April. Remember when the way we were, I remember the way I was communicating with people, and you guys will, chuckle, but, we were doing a lot of videos to the community on, please hang in there. Please do all of the things that Dr. Levin is asking us to do. I don't need to repeat it. I think Kevin and Susan said it well, but please, let's follow the requests and the orders of the public health officer. And all of those, by now, common sense things that we need to do in order to prevent the situation from getting worse. Finally, and this is a request for staff, last year during the Santa Ana winds, we had a lot of discussion going around the Edison, and this is another Edison item, on the public safety shutoff protocols. And I have two questions for staff that I would like a report brought back, or if council's okay with that. One is, and I see Ms. Nichols, one is, how are we planning for those protocols they're coming, the Santa Anas are coming up soon. You know, we're talking about September, October. Is Edison planning any material changes from their protocols that they used last year? I think that's my first question. So I'd like to know what the status of that is. And number two, we had a real concern, and it was over on the west side of the city that has the Esteban circuit. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but that circuit, as you all will recall, that covers a lot of ground, you know, north of Las Posas into the Crestview area, and then all the way out to Sterling Hills and Somos, et cetera. And there was, when Mr. Clifford was with us, he was doing quite a bit of work, and Mr. Pichardo, I believe, who is still with us, was doing quite a bit of work on asking Edison for a status report on how that might be split up, because Edison wanted to split that up. So, for example, you had homes just west of Nancy Bush Park that were on that circuit that were being adversely affected by conditions that were far away from that area. Anyway, the bottom line is Edison indicated that it was considering splitting up that circuit, so we didn't have those outages coming to those homes west of Nancy Bush Park. So that's question number two. I'd like to know what the status of that effort is, because I'm not sure if I feel like I've lost the thread on that one, and I want to regain it. And that's it from me. Any other comments under new business from council members? Anything from you, Mr. Ramirez? All right. Then with that, thank you everybody for your patience this evening.
Do we have another? No, we don't have another closed session, do we?
No.
I lost track of closed session.
Well, we covered both closed sessions earlier this evening. That's why I was asking everybody, did I skip over anything on the agenda? But I think we got everything covered. I want to thank staff for its patience, and I want to thank all of you for your patience and graciousness tonight. So with that, we're adjourned. Good night.